30. You can begin the meeting if you'd like.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, July 27th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Councilmember Brock, will you say the pledge, please? Lead the pledge.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Parra,
Here.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Negrete,
Here.
Councilmember Brock,
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Here.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. And will you call the first item, please?
Yes, we have a couple of closed session items, and just to let you know, we do have a caller. We have an anticipated litigation.
We have no callers.
Oh, we don't? Okay. Thank you. We have anticipated litigation in its Internal Revenue Service audit of the city settlement payments for the years 2017 through 2019. Then we have Bulette Lazar versus the City of Santa Monica, Blome versus the City of Santa Monica, and then we have an existing litigation, Neimani versus the City of Santa Monica. And we have no callers for closed session.
And I am turning to our city attorney. So when will we be back?
I anticipate that we'll be back by the normal 6:30 p.m. start time.
So we will be back, we hope, at 6:30, but our promises are difficult on this area, as you know. But let me give you, if you're a member of the public and you would like to call and make public comment, the number to call is 310-312-8173. And the queue for any particular item opens just before the item is called. So when you call, you need to specify the item. And if the queue is not open, you may have to call back. But we open the queues for each item as we're finishing the item before. So thank you all very much, and we will see you at 6:30.
Trying to be.
San Juan Islands and
Oh,
so flying to Seattle.
okay. Nice.
Hey. Hey. Hi.
And then the third trip is Kiwanis Convention, San
Okay, what was the question? Is the question about the mugs? Okay, what's the question? We order mugs for every, but because you guys have never, because you've never been like live in person, you wouldn't know that, right? Yeah. And we wash them and we'll put them back. So you guys just leave them. Oh, thank you. Just leave them, yes. And yeah, the staff will come in and clean up tomorrow.
Even pre-COVID.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, instead of using paper. Yeah. Okay, is everything, look, I feel like, is everything started? Is everything? Oh. Esther, do you know if we have any callers or do we just have staff?
I think it's just staff. I don't see any callers there.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Oscar came in at 5:40.
Looks like one caller just came in.
Okay, is that for consent?
Aggressively?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
That's okay, it'll warm up. It always does. Okay, Phil.
It was staff, Denise. Disregard.
So we have returned. Thank you all. We have returned from closed session, and I'm going to turn to our city attorney and ask if we have any items to report out.
Thank you, Mayor. On item 1A, the IRS has been auditing the city's settlement payments for the years 2017 to 2019. Though the majority of these were for settlements of physical injury claims and so not taxable to the plaintiffs, the payments were often made jointly to the plaintiffs and their attorneys, requiring the issuance of Form 1099s to the attorneys, which the city generally did not do. As a result of the audit, the IRS initially sought to impose backup withholding taxes, penalties, and interest on all of the city's settlement payments from 2017 to 2019, a total amount conservatively estimated to be in excess of $3 million. After corrections to city procedures and the gathering of evidence by the city that the overwhelming majority of attorneys paid taxes due on the portions of settlements that went to their attorneys' fees, the IRS has offered to resolve the audit with a proposed assessment to the city of $116,468 relating to 11 particular settlements. We recommend settlement in this amount.
Move settlement.
Did you push your button,
It doesn't, oh,
council member? Okay, so,
it's not like,
maybe, okay, so, and may I hear a second, please? So can you try the second motion button, please?
Yeah, I tried. I've been pushing.
No, I know it's on. It's,
Go
yeah.
ahead and.
I think it's because it doesn't show them that.
Okay,
It says
well-
call meeting to order. It doesn't show an agenda item to vote on.
Yeah. Now it says.
There we go.
There we go. All right, motion made.
Okay, second, Phil, hit the second. Great.
There we go.
Now, let's have a roll call vote and hit yes, no, or abstain as you do it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and council, and Oscar's showing absence, so can we fix that?
Is he here? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah. Yes. Is it
By
working?
now.
Testing, yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and I'm going to ask everyone, that means Kristen, Phil, and Oscar, push your yes button.
Sorry.
Yeah, mine's not working. I don't know.
Your yes button's not working?
Yeah, it's not working.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe because you were still more.
Yeah, so we'll try the next time.
So moving on to item 1B, this matter was heard with no reportable action taken.
Okay.
On item 1C, the plaintiff alleges that a city RRR truck was negligently driven when it backed into her while she was crossing a street on February 24th, 2017. Plaintiff alleges that as a result, she suffered a number of injuries, including a significant permanent hand injury. The city does not admit these allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $175,000.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by McCowen, seconded by Brock. And we're on 1C, good. May we have a roll call vote? Oh, Denise, we need to post the voting.
It says one, well, we're getting ready to vote because it has the motion by McCowen and seconded by Brock.
Okay, good. So now let's
Guys,
take a
okay.
roll call.
So now we'll start the vote.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay. Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
So that passes 7-0. And,
Item 1D,
sorry.
the plaintiff alleges that he suffered a broken nose and head and back injuries when he tripped and fell over a recessed sidewalk panel on January 3rd, 2019 in the vicinity of 2450 Broadway. The city does not admit these allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $20,000.
I'll make a motion to move.
Great. Moved by Negrete. May I hear a second? please?
Second?
Seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0, and we move on to the consent calendar.
Okay, we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And let me see if we have any callers. We do not have any callers for consent.
And Councilmember Brock, do you wish to pull something?
Yes, I wish to pull 13-0.
No, no.
I'm
that
sorry,
happens.
in consent.
Yes.
Yes, D.
So you're pulling 3D?
The Arcadia, yes, 3D.
Any other council members? Yes. 3A and 3C. Anybody else?
Was it 3C or 3D? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, 3A and 3D. Sorry, I misspoke. Anybody else? So does anyone want to move the remainder of the consent calendar?
One second.
Moved by McCowen,
Second?
seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call, please?
Okay, hold on a second. I'm sorry, Glenn, can you hit the second?
I'm sorry, the
Trying
second
to
was
ach-
Davis.
It shows I made the motion, unfortunately.
Oh, that's weird because
Okay, so
Hold on, let me clear it.
clear, you
Okay,
Okay.
let's do it.
I
I didn't do it, but she
Oh, who made?
I did, but,
Kristen
and I
did.
pressed it, but then it went,
Okay, well, now we're cleared, so try it again, Kristen.
okay,
Go ahead.
it won't let me.
No, she can't. It's weird. It's not
Here, I
even,
can second it though, if you want. We can start.
Okay, so
No.
who made the
No, I
motion?
seconded it,
I'll
but
do it
it's-
for you manually. So it's McCowan, and who's doing the second?
Davis.
Davis, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to.
None of the mics are, oh, only that end.
Oh, now they are.
It's electrical.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so now we can do
Mine's
the
not on and my mic has been on. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes, and hit your yes button, please. That's not a problem. So that passes 7-0 on a motion by McCowan, seconded by Davis.
Hold on.
And now,
Item 3A is award RFP number 288 and enter into an agreement with Sustainable Works for community sustainability engagement programs. And Councilmember Negrete pulled that.
so do you want a full staff report? No. Okay, so I think the Councilmember Parr has some questions. Do we have someone here on 3A? Oh, hi. Sorry.
Yes, good evening. My name is James Conway. I'm with the Office of Sustainability and the Environment.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here today. So I just had a really quick question. A resident brought up a great point about this item, and so I'm going to read my question. So she brought up a point about getting in front of SB 1383 that will require the city as of January 1st, 2022 to comply with green composting requirements as outlined by state law. She further spoke to green carts being rolled out to single-family housing, but that the city has not had the resources to roll out a comprehensive program to multifamily housing, and that this contract could be an opportunity for us to focus efforts on the green composting program to aid in meeting state law as well as meeting our city's 95% of trash elimination objective. So can you please explain why the decision has been made to direct the consultant to work on the outlined goals and objectives versus working towards meeting requirements of SB 1383, especially where our multi-units are concerned?
Sure. So the scope services presented in this existing contract is very similar to the scope services for the last 20 years for community partners, which is really to serve as an extension as liaison of the Office of Sustainability in achieving the 3 goals of our office, which is carbon neutrality, water self-sufficiency, and zero waste by 2030. So while zero waste is an important component of sort of the outreach and implementation and programs, Sustainable Works is not really equipped to oversee the operational functions of rolling out bins and working with the multifamily residents to provide them with those bins. That's more of a function of the Resources Recovery and Recycling Division. So we work very closely, or Sustainable Works work very closely with RRR to really conduct more of the education to the community, both residential and multifamily.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rick Valti, your Acting Director of Public Works. And if I can just add to what James was explaining is we are actually on schedule to meet the SB 1383, but we're using in-house staff to roll out that our compliance with that Senate bill. And that's why this contract is actually for achieving the 3 goals that James listed, but we do have in-house staff. We have a team of 3 personnel who are working to meet the compliance deadlines of, I think, January 2022 is when we have to reach out to multifamily commercial businesses here in the city. And so we are on schedule to meet SB 1383.
Great. Thank you so much. That's what I wanted to get to. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you both.
Thank you both.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much for staying for this. Later on in the agenda, we'll be approving a change to a task force that's going to turn into a commission. We added environmental justice as a concept that we want, the commission to be addressing as well. And I'm trying to find out if the scope of services, it deals with a whole lot. I mean, it even deals with like art and so forth. And I was wondering, is there a possibility to get some environmental justice work, looking at impacts, for example, of, pollution, for example, in certain communities. I know there's been concerns, in the past with the airport, there's been studies done. I don't know when the last study has been done on the impact of the freeway, for example, on residents. Yeah.
Oscar, this is not the item that we do this on. This was a consent item. Right.
It's a contract for services, right? And I'm trying to figure out, I'm asking a question.
Sustainable Works contract will include
Oh,
environmental
okay.
justice projects.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, I know I'm trying to figure out if, within the scope of services, there's a lot of areas that they're going to cover. And I was wondering can they do some education to the residents on what is environmental justice, for example?
So yes, absolutely. The three pillars of sustainability include social equity, environmental health and safety, as well as economic vitality. And social equity definitely encompasses environmental justice. I know that this is a new role for the commission, so I know that it's going to be agendized for the new commission to start discussing, how we can implement more social justice and environmental justice and social equity education and programs into everything that we do with the Office of Sustainability. But Sustainable Works has been and always does talk about the three sort of pillars of sustainability and social equity as being one of them. So trying to go to the Virginia Avenue neighborhood with, programs both in Spanish and English. Community Partners, Sustainable Works is actually a nonprofit organization run by all women that serves the local community. So there's always more opportunities, but yes.
Councilmember Delatorre will be happy to work with you to place this on a future agenda for the task force.
Okay, great. Yeah, just want to make sure that since they're doing all this work with us, just if you can just relay that information and see what they can come up with, because I'm sure they're capable of delivering on what I'm asking for, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
So may I hear a motion for 3A?
So move.
Motion.
Moved by Para, seconded by Delatorre.
I put my name, sorry.
It's okay. Seconded by Negrete. Sorry, Oscar. She's faster than you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes 7-0. And 3D, Councilmember Brock, do you want a full staff report?
So Councilmember, just wanted to read for the record. 3D is approval of the Arcadia Water Treatment Plant Design Build Guarantee Maximum Price Amendment. That was Councilmember Brock.
I have some questions, not a full report.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Omid Pour. I'm a civil engineer with the City Public Works.
Can you say your name again? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's Omid Pour.
Thank you.
Questions. So what is the justification for the price competitiveness of the $72.4 million design build quote?
Okay, and council member, by that, do you mean the due diligence that we performed to ensure that that's
Yes.
a fair and reasonable price?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So for the last 2 years, our design builder has been working on the project, giving us cost estimates at every major milestone, and we've been tracking them, reviewing them. And the review process is two-part. One is we have our city team, which is a diverse group of very qualified, experienced engineers. We are going through reviewing every single cost. On the other hand, we also have GHD. They're our owner's engineer. They were selected to assist us with this project. They have a very deep team of estimators and engineers and technical specialists. They've been reviewing everything as well. So between the two of us, we have spent considerable amounts of time to make sure that the price is fair and reasonable, which is a standard by which we review everything.
What are the costs of issuing the bonds, and from what budgets will these costs be paid? And secondly, in the same context, is there an RFP, or was there an RFP for the bond issuance, or is that necessary?
Okay, so for this, Sunny, do you mind, or?
I think what we do,
In the bonds
Can I
later?
note that the bond issuance is a subsequent agenda item? So your questions as to the bond issuance
I'm
itself
sorry.
is
I
probably appropriate for that
apologize.
issue.
I
That
had it
item.
all in the same boat. Okay, so next question then is, do we have in-house city staff that can provide construction observation services? Because I know that's an extra $58,000.
So to answer that question, due to the restructuring, due to the impacts of COVID last year, we actually have a much more lean engineering team. So due to the large amount of projects that we have going concurrently right now, such as last month, on June 22nd, we awarded another construction project. So we just do not have the staff, the in-house staff right now to manage this project as well. So that's the purpose for this procurement.
and Councilman Brock, that's actually a critical element in cost saving. So it's worth every penny to do.
And our auditors have recommended that we do this with every contract.
On, I think it's figure 4, the summary of proposed components to replace imported water supply by 2023. Does that include any of the potential impact of the RENA state requirements of the 8,896 new housing units, or would that be looked at later in a separate methodology?
So good evening, I'm Sunny Wang, the Water Resources Manager. Answer that question, that figure 4, I believe, is from the 2018 Sustainable Water Master Plan update. So at the time when that figure was prepared, it wasn't when the housing element or the regional housing need assessment was done, which was 2020. So that figure does not incorporate those housing unit impacts. We have analyzed those impacts in the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan that was adopted in June and submitted to DWR in July 1st, I believe. In that, we did revise that impact and reduce the 99% water self-sufficiency goal down to 90% because of the additional housing units that we potentially have to plan for.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I move that we accept this.
So you're moving 3D,
Yes.
item 3D? May I hear a second, please? So moved by Brock, seconded by Para, and it worked. And let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes. Did that work? Yes, Phil, push your button too, please. And that passes 7-0. Try. And now we are on to item 7A. So,
7A is a second reading ordinance. Hold on a second. 7A is a second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica creating the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment, appointing all current members of the Santa Monica Task Force on the Environment to the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and Environment, and sunsetting the Task Force on the Environment upon this ordinance taking effect. And this is a second reading.
Move adoption.
Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, okay, it's working now.
Sorry. So, roll call vote, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich?
Yes, and that passes 7-0, and I think we have an item. Tell me if this is the wrong sequence to do this in.
Mic is off.
My mic was off, but something we should have done probably earlier, but I believe Councilmember Brock wishes to pull his item 13O off the agenda. Is that correct, Councilmember Brock?
Yes, it is. I may bring it back at a subsequent meeting, much more narrowly focused.
So, Mayor, since we're going to do agenda management, can we also do, there's another 13.
The
agenda-
boards and commissions, yes,
Yeah,
but
can
let's
we
start
just-
with 13O because I want to make it clear that I think we may have had many callers for 13O since we had so much correspondence. So if you were planning on calling in on item 13O, Councilmember Brock, who is a proponent of this, has pulled it from the agenda, and so we will not be taking public comment. And I see that our city attorney has something to say.
It's agenda management, so you'll have to take a roll call vote to have the council approve the pulling. So you'll need a motion, which I assume Councilmember Brock is making in a second, and then a roll call vote.
Thank you.
I move that we pull 13O from this week's agenda.
I second.
So moved by Brock, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich?
Yes, and because it's not, the way we did that, it's not in our system. So nobody gets to push their buttons on this. And now let's do agenda management on appointments, right? Which is 13A
13A through H.
Yes.
through H.
On 13A, we're requesting that council consider delaying the appointments to the advisory bodies, the status of women, arts, and senior community until after the ad hoc comes back with its recommendations regarding consolidation.
And does that, so it includes everything but planning, right?
Well, we will, disability and social services will require appointments tonight in order to have a quorum for meetings for the remainder of the year. But,
So it's all advisory commissions other than disability and social services,
Yes.
is that correct?
yes,
So that's your motion. May I hear a
that's my
second,
motion.
please?
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem McCowen, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote? So do you understand, before we do that, do you understand what we're doing?
Yes.
So is the motion to pull all of the appointments, except the appointments, all of the appointments in item 13A, except the appointments to the Disabilities Commission and the Social Services Commission?
No, it's also to the quasi judicial, so we'll be doing planning, we'll be doing landmarks.
We doing or pulling?
No, we'll keep them.
These
So
are the ones we're doing.
we're going to keep,
Mayor Pro Tem, do you want me to?
sure,
Okay.
let's let
So you
Denise.
guys will be doing all of the appointments tonight with the exception of the status of women, Arts Commission, and the senior community. Is that the easiest way to do it?
I thought we were also,
Mayor, you had a request to delay the personnel board as well.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand. So we're delaying everything except for landmarks, planning, disabilities, and senior,
services.
and social services.
So it's a delay of everything except those four.
Okay, say that again.
Okay, so we're delaying everything except
Okay,
disabilities, landmarks, Planning and Social Services.
There you go.
We also need to, okay, so and I'm not sure about this.
Seniors is delayed, for sure.
And so we're just doing 4 commissions.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I had a question about the Housing Commission.
Yes.
Well, it can wait. Never mind.
And before you take the vote on that motion, I've been asked by Lori Gentles, our Chief People Officer, who couldn't be here tonight, to advise the council that they are having difficulties locating candidates for the Personnel Board, and to ask the council if they could at this meeting to make public and remind and encourage people if they have an interest to apply for the Personnel Board, which deals with significant personnel issues for the city of Santa Monica and is a very important board for which we desperately need applicants.
I actually think I know somebody who I may be able to get to apply for the Personnel Board, and this may dovetail into suggestion I have when we move to the ad hoc committee suggestions. But in the meantime, we are delaying Personnel Board, but our several of our Personnel Board members have termed out, and we do need members for our Personnel Board. This is really significant to the operation of our city. You make important decisions relating to personnel. If you have experience in this area, I highly encourage you to apply. This is a big need for your city. Those of you who are interested in learning more about our government, about our employees, about our employment, and who have experience in human resources or personnel matters, I encourage you to apply for this. Go to the city's webpage under boards and commissions, and please fill out an application for our Personnel Board. So thank you very much. And I think we have a motion now. I just want to be clear that all of these appointments that we're delaying do not include the appointments that we need to make as council members for various other bodies. So we'll still be doing, for instance, a Clean Power Alliance, the Council of Governments, right, West Side COG, and yes, okay, and we'll also be doing the League of Cities. So
will you be doing the council member appointment to the audit subcommittee? Because there's 2 council members, there's two seats that need to be filled.
for council members?
Well, that's what we have.
I thought we just filled because it's.
No, it's just that it's just that the terms are up. So that was the question.
Oh, on the audit committee?
Yeah,
is my term up?
There's an appointment. No, yours is not up. Sorry.
Oh, I just got it.
You just got on.
So that was my question. So it's 13H. That was my question. If you want to delay that, or if you want to go ahead and make the appointment for this is council members.
So who's up?
Before we get to that, the motion that was pending was only with respect to 13A.
Okay, let's
I think
do
we should
this,
address
and
that first
we'll move to
for
that.
order, and then we can move to the other 13 items.
Okay, so it's Mayor Pro Tem McCowan who made the motion, and Councilmember Davis seconded.
Yeah, so let's take a roll call vote.
Okay, Councilmember De La Torre,
Yeah, yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0 on a motion by McCowan, seconded by Davis.
Okay, so now we can go back to 7B.
I'm sorry, I'm still a little confused because I know that Councilmember Parra just went on the audit subcommittee, and I can't remember, and
So did I, because we were replacing council members that.
oh, so they term out, so now you term out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had a partial term and.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. So I think we can delay that.
They can continue to serve, correct?
Sorry.
Okay.
So we need a motion
To do what?
to delay.
So you have a number of other appointments. In 13B is the Arts Commission, 13C is Building and Fire Life Safety, 13D is Clean Beaches and Ocean Parcel Tax, Citizens Oversight Committee, 13E is Commission for the Senior Community, 13F is the Disabilities Commission, 13G is the Social Services Commission, and then 13H is the Audit Subcommittee.
So are any of those necessary to make in order for those commissions to do their jobs?
So I believe that 13F and G, the Disabilities Commission and the Social Services Commission, are on the list of ones that it's necessary to appoint.
Okay, so may I have a motion to continue, yes, B, C, D, E, and H? No, not G or F. We have to do F and G. So is that moved by McCowan?
Second.
Seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote?
B, C, D, E, and H.
So it's B, C, D, E.
E, and H. Everything except for F and G because those are social services and disabilities.
Sorry. That tickled me.
What?
Okay, Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0 on a motion by McCowan, seconded by Davis. Now you have to tell me why you're laughing, Madam Clerk. Come on.
Because F and G
Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha. If only. Okay, and I think that is our agenda management. Any other matters of agenda management before we go back to item 7B? That would be no. So we're back on track, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item 7B is introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending SMCC chapter on noise. And we may have some callers. Let me check.
Yes, I'll be doing the staff report. If you can pull up my PowerPoint. Yes, I will lean in.
The mics on that side aren't lighting up.
It is working, though.
I hate it when I get my pages all messed up and I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Okay, so there, we did 7A, right? Now we're on 7. I know it was here somewhere.
All right, so tonight we are presenting a set of proposed amendments to the noise ordinance and to the current ordinance addressing targeted residential protests. This is a result of council direction that we received on December 15th, 2020, when staff was directed to review options and return with proposed amendments to the city's noise ordinance or other city ordinances to reduce prolonged noise from protest activities in residential neighborhoods while still upholding First Amendment rights. So in response to council direction, we're returning with these 3 sets of proposed modifications. Some modifications to the noise ordinance, modifications to the code section addressing targeted residential protests, and as cleanup, removal of some outdated sound truck provisions that simply are probably likely unconstitutional and/or have been superseded by other portions of the code. So in looking at all of these, and in particular in looking at noise and at residential protests, all of these implicate First Amendment interests. And so restrictions on First Amendment activities are allowed only to the extent they are time, place, and manner restrictions. And the legal requirements are that these must be content neutral. That is, the restrictions cannot be premised on the content of the speech that is being regulated. They can only be based on the manner and time in which that speech is engaged in. They have to be narrowly tailored to serve a significant government interest. Here, the government interests that are being served are residents' peace and tranquility, ensuring those, and protecting individuals and giving them the ability to avoid unwanted speech to the extent they are residents and are in their house We are protecting them from speech that they choose not to hear. In addition, any restrictions have to leave open ample alternative channels for communication of information. That is, they cannot bar absolutely, for example, protesters from having the ability to convey their message to their intended audience. We have to leave open an opportunity for them to do that. So with these in mind, first is understanding the current noise ordinance. And the current noise ordinance has 3 different types of prohibitions. First, there is a decibel limit. These varies by noise zone, so there's generally 3 noise zones. And while we will be talking later about a cleanup to amend the noise zone to match our zoning ordinance in terms of defining those zones, in essence, they are residential and non-residential zones, and then the industrial conservation zone. Within the residential district, noise zone 1, the decibel limits vary by time. So from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. on weekdays and 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. on weekends, there are lower decibel limits, that is less noise because the limit on decibels is lower. Other times, during daytime hours, the decibel limits are higher to account for the fact that there's more ambient noise, and that's when businesses and other things are engaging in activities that generate noise. So in addition to the decibel limits, there is also a general prohibition, which is set out in Santa Monica Municipal Code section 4.12.025, which is a general prohibition on noise, regardless of decibel levels, that unreasonably disturbs the peace, quiet, and comfort of persons of normal sensitivity within the area of audibility, or are so harsh or prolonged or unnatural or unusual in their use, time, or place as to cause physical discomfort to any person of normal sensitivity. And the statute sets out a non-exclusive list of factors to be considered that include the time at which the noise occurs, the decibel levels of the noise, which is one factor that can be considered, the duration, whether it's intermittent, and a number of other things. The third set of prohibitions is an ordinance that applies in public parks, beaches, and recreational facilities, which after 10 p.m. and before 8 a.m. precludes the playing of audio or electronic devices unless they are audio or electronic devices that are using essentially headphones so that they can only be heard by the person who's playing them. There is an exception if the use of audio or electronic devices is pursuant to a community event permit granted by the city. So in addition to these 3 types of prohibitions, our noise ordinance currently has 2 exemptions. So there's an exemption that applies to exempt certain activities from all provisions except the general prohibition in section 4.12.025, that general excessive noise prohibition. And this exemption applies to activities conducted on public property that is generally open to the public, including but not limited to streets, sidewalks, alleys, parkways, parks, and beaches. There is then a second exemption that exempts from all provisions of the noise ordinance, including 4.12.025, unless otherwise expressly referenced in a particular section of the noise ordinance. And what is covered under this exemption is, as relevant here, there's some other more specific ones that needn't be of concern tonight, but it exempts non-commercial activity that is conducted outdoors between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. on public property with the same definition of public property, not on the Pier or 3rd Street Promenade, which have their own regulations, not immediately abutting any exclusively residential use, and not violating the general prohibition in section 4.12.05 with respect to any residential, hospital, or school use. So these are the exemptions. And before you start thinking, well, how does this apply? We've prepared a handy-dandy table that shows you the application of the noise ordinance after exemptions. So basically on the left, there's a column of particular locations and then times. So indoors or on private property, both prohibitions apply. The dB limits apply, and they're higher during the daytime, they're lower at night. And in addition, the general prohibition applies. So that's what applies to noise that is created indoor or on private property. Outdoors on public property, again with the different times, the general prohibition applies, but during the daytime, that general prohibition would apply only to non-commercial activities, only if those non-commercial activities are immediately abutting an exclusive residential use or to the extent they are impacting a residential use. So for example, if they were outdoors on the sidewalk and it was immediately abutting a zoned area that was just residences, then this could apply, but it would only be the general prohibition, not the decibel limits. On parks, beaches, and recreational facilities, essentially from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., it's the same as outdoors on public property. This too is public property, so that makes sense. But at night, in parks, beaches, and recreational facilities, the same prohibitions as outdoors on public property apply, but also there's the specific restriction that no audio or electronic devices. And the time limit on that is 8 a.m., not 7 a.m. For targeted residential protests, basically, they are treated like non-commercial activities conducted outdoors on public property. So the noise restrictions for targeted residential protests are essentially the same as those outdoors on public property. So this is our current noise ordinance as it applies. So we're proposing, in response to the direction, a number of modifications. The first is this general modification to the exemption to change the timeframes to mesh with those that we use in other portions of the ordinance for the dB limits. So rather than just having it be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays, the modification would make it 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays and 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekends. This has been the subject of a comment that was received from Unite 11, the Hotel Workers Union. They object to the change to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekends and have indicated that that hour from 7 to 8 a.m. on weekends is important for them to engage in picketing activities because many of the employees who would be picketing start work at 8, and so that extra hour from 7 to 8 is important to them. Council could easily make the decision not to change this and to leave it 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. That would be a simple change. It's justifiable. We would have no objection to that if council chooses to do that. So the next modification we proposed is some amendments to define sound amplifying equipment. And this will get into the primary modification we're proposing, which is a time limit on the use of sound amplifying equipment in residential neighborhoods. And so we're defining sound amplifying equipment in general terms to mean any machine or device used to amplify music, the human voice, or any other sound. There's an exclusion for vehicle radios or stereos when they're only heard by the vehicle occupants. So if you're driving with your windows up and no one else can hear the amplified sound, this wouldn't apply. We also exclude machines or devices designed and operated for personal use. So if you're walking down the street with an iPhone with ear pods in, it's not going to be a sound amplifying equipment. We also define stationary, which means remaining in a fixed location for at least 5 minutes. That will come into play in some of the limitations that we're going to talk about in a moment that we're proposing. So how does this play into the proposed prohibition? The modification that's being recommended is that there be a new prohibition in 4.12.105, which would be a new section, which would, in public sidewalks, streets, alleys, or parkways located in a residential district. So the direction we got was to focus on residential districts. So in those types of public areas in residential districts, between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. on weekdays and 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. on weekends, there would be a prohibition on the use of sound amplifying equipment. This is consistent with the dB limits, the time frames, 10 to 7 on weekdays, 10 to 8 on weekends. And there would be an exception if it is directly abutting a commercial use. So if the use of sound amplifying equipment, even if it's in a residential neighborhood, is directly abutting a commercial use, there would be an exception. And again, that's something that the council can consider, whether you want to include that or not. The concept behind including the exception was that if there is a directly abutting commercial use, A, there's generally some ambient noise, which makes it harder to prohibit, and B, that there may be reasons that, for example, someone wants to engage in amplified noise directly abutting a commercial use. For example, picketing a directly abutting commercial use, even though the picketers may be in a residential district. So that was the concept behind the exclusion. So that's 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. or 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. You've probably noticed in a number of the comments, there's been comments that 10 p.m. is too late. that it should start earlier. Well, we are in fact proposing that there be a different type of prohibition starting at 8 p.m. So between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m., the use of sound amplifying would be prohibited unless it's stationary. The reason for that limitation is that if it is stationary, it makes it easier to measure the noise level so that we can then engage in measurements to make a determination as to whether there's a violation as part of a section 4.12.025 enforcement. And so stationary would be allowed between 8 and 10 p.m. In part, this is to accommodate First Amendment interests, to ensure that in the early evening, when picketers may have the opportunity to reach more people at home, they have the opportunity to do so, but in a limited way that allows us to determine by measurements of their noise level, because they have to remain stationary, that is in a one location for 5 minutes, to measure that as part of determining whether in fact they are violating the general prohibition that would apply. In addition, if they are stationary and use is at the same location or within 500 feet of that location on more than 2 days in any 7-day period, then for all but the first 2 days, they would be limited to a single 45-minute period between 8 and 10 p.m. And again, the rationale behind this is that if you recall, one of the complaints that was received last fall when there were the residential protesters in the Sunset Park area was that it was continuous for weeks at a time. This would limit the ability to do that because you could not be in the same location or within 500 feet for more than 2 days for any significant period of time. Beyond that, you would be limited to 45 minutes. So again, this would enable protesters to reach their target audience, but limit the recurring noise over a period of time. And that's the concept behind this modification. So next we turn to parks and beaches, and we would add similar restrictions in parks and beaches on sound amplifying equipment. In other words, absent a community event permit, which is the current exemption that we have in the ordinance, it would be prohibited between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. on weekdays or 8 a.m. on weekends. If there was a community event permit and the use was at the same location on a park or beach that was in a residential district or within 500 feet of that location on more than 2 days in any 7-day period, it would be limited to a 45-minute period for all but the first and second days. And again, the concept is the same. To the extent you're in a park or beach that's in a residential district, just as if you're in a sidewalk or street in a residential district, this limits recurring lengthy periods of amplified sound, but still provides an opportunity to engage in protests in a way that will reach your intended audience with the limitations on the sound. Finally, with respect to targeted residential protests, currently there is a distance limitation. They have to occur more than 50 feet or on the sidewalk across the street from the targeted residence. We would retain that. In other words, we wouldn't change that. We would make clear that that measure is from the property line of the targeted dwelling, since there is no such definition in the ordinance currently. And we would also add a time limitation prohibiting these types of protests, which are concentrated noise in a single location that generates noise for the residents surrounding that location. They would be prohibited after 8 p.m. and before 7 a.m. on weekdays or before 8 a.m. on weekdays. The ordinance also adds for enforcement purposes a warning requirement, requiring that when feasible, a warning is issued before enforcement, and adds a third-party enforcement provision that allows interested parties, including neighbors, to seek an injunction or other relief if they believe that the targeted residential protest is causing them harm. So it also provides that mechanism for independent third-party relief. So again, to come back to show you how this modifies, here's our same table. So you can see that indoors or private property, we're not changing. Outdoors on public property, from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., or as we have proposed, 8 a.m. on weekends, same prohibition, but we're also adding no sound amplifying equipment in noise zone 1, unless from 8 to 10 p.m. it's stationary, or unless it's immediately abutting a commercial use. From 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., or if our time modification is adopted 8 a.m., there would be no sound amplifying equipment in noise zone 1 unless it was immediately abutting a commercial use. In parks, beaches, and recreational facilities, those same limitations would apply. but it would be the 8 a.m. timeframe, and targeted residential protests simply wouldn't be allowed after 8 p.m. So that's the summary of the modifications we're proposing. In addition, we're proposing some cleanup for the noise ordinance. The first is to amend the noise zones to match our current zoning ordinance. So noise zone 1 would now be the residential districts, excluding the pier. Noise zone 2 would be non-residential districts, including the pier. Noise zone 3 would be the industrial conservation district. We're proposing that we delete sections 4.08.620 to 4.08.680, which regulate sound trucks, both because these have been superseded by the general noise ordinance and because they pose potential constitutional issues in terms of licensing and permitting, which generally is not allowed as a preface to exercise of First Amendment rights. We're also proposing the deletion of section 4.08.690, which regulates advertisements on sound trucks, because it's been superseded by our sign ordinance, which regulates vehicle signs, including signs that emit noise. So alternatives that the council could consider is rejecting all of these changes and simply leaving the noise ordinance as it is. As I indicated, you could keep the time limits for the exemption the same. In other words, not changing to 8 a.m. on weekends, but leaving it 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. both on weekdays and weekends, which is what is urged by the Hotel Workers Union in their comment. You could adopt the sound amplification limitations, but not include the exemption for use immediately abutting a commercial use, which has been the subject of competing comments one way and the other. And you could, if you wanted, modify the prohibition on targeted residential protests from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. if you believe that that it's necessary to have that longer time period. So those are all possible alternatives that could be considered. And we could make those changes if council wants. So that's basically the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So before we go to questions, frequently we take public comment before we ask questions because it's an informal question. But if we don't want to do that, we can. But does anybody want to ask their question before we go public? No matter what rule it is, you're always the exception. Go ahead.
You asked the question.
I said,
The mics are off.
Let them go first. Right?
Oh, okay. Who approves a community event? Like who's in charge of approving a community event?
So there's a lengthy process. We have both an ordinance. We have both an ordinance and an administrative instruction that lays out the approval process for community events, and it depends in large part on the type of community event. So for example, depending on the type of community event, it might require approvals from building and safety if there are going to be any structures involved, the fire department if it's going to occupy a street or someplace that blocks egress, police department if it's going to have safety concerns. The Parks and Recreation Department is the department that generally is charged with looking through and making sure they comply. But the administrative instruction lays out what requirements are required for different types of community events and what the approval process is. For many types of events, so for example, for what you would classify as a typical First Amendment protest, ordinarily they don't require a community event unless they're going to be engaged in a way that would block streets or block sidewalks beyond to limit their normal usage. But absent that, if you're just engaging in what would be a First Amendment protest, that is just simply a group of people getting together to express their views, that ordinarily would not require a community event permit.
Thank you.
Wait, so are we asking questions? We're going to hear from the public.
I was suggest that we hear from the public and hold all questions after we hear from the public comments.
Great. Let's hear from the public, please.
Esther, we're ready for the public. There's 4 callers, by the way.
Bert Champagne, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Hemmerich and council members. My name is Bert Champagne, and I'm a strong supporter of Santa Monica's for Democracy. As an advocate for pro-resident and democratic Santa Monica, I must implore you to not pass the proposed ordinance as it currently reads. Santa Monica is still reeling from the mistreatment of Black Lives Matter protesters on May 31st. Having felt compelled myself on 7 occasions last summer to protest the conduct of the Santa Monica Police Department, I know firsthand that democracy is sometimes messy and loud. I also know that sometimes it needs to be. I hope the council will reject the proposal tonight in favor of democratic principles and the First Amendment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Champagne.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. Your time starts now.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. I would like to see the ability for people to, protest 24 hours a day, as long as at night they really weren't causing too much noise. There shouldn't be any reason why somebody in a group can't stand outside and protest. I mean, we're not in Russia, and there's been a lot of people that died to try to give us this ability. I also see it in so many other different ways. I don't know what the limitations are of the workers and the work staff that work there. It does seem that America provides a lot of different types of job opportunities. I don't understand why everybody's stuck working at a hotel. Even online generations of money are yielding certain people, way more from just a computer than you can make at a hotel. I mean, I don't know why don't they utilize some of the resources that have been given to us. But certain people may have limitations. They really may like the job. You know what I mean? So but to be able to protest, with a speaker sometimes can be hard. You want to point it at the people you're upset with, but it bleeds over into everybody else at 3:30 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning. I think that could be, the protesters want to do that, don't they, right? They want to, knock everybody down 24 hours a day till they get their way, right? But I don't know if it's really, you can protest during the day. I think they should be able to turn it up, have a speaker. At night, they should be able to be there and be quiet, though, so that the people at night see their protest. How are they going to connect to anybody if they can only do it for 45 minutes? What a ridiculous thing. You bunch of cheap people. Why don't you just shut up?
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Welcome, Thomas Medrano. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Tom Medrano, and I'm a supporter of Santa Monicans for Democracy. And I urge the council to reject this staff-proposed ordinance at this time. Our city should refrain from placing any new restrictions on First Amendment rights until we address the horrific over-policing of demonstrators that occurred on 531, and SMPD's now well-documented improper conduct towards so many lawful protesters. Passing this proposal at this time would send a terrible message that the lessons of 531 are being ignored or worse. This would further tarnish Santa Monica's reputation. There have been very little opportunity for community weigh-in on this proposal, and furthermore, it has not been discussed, let alone vetted by our city's new Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, that the council formed to consider these kinds of recommendations before being taken up by the city council. And I ask myself, what is the point of having the commission if it's going to be bypassed on important public safety matters like this? Santa Monicans for Democracy is proud to join with the Santa Monica Democratic Club, Unite Here, Local 11, and the many other respected groups and individuals that oppose this measure. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Adrano.
Welcome, Daniel Wilson. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Danielle Wilson on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. As we've previously argued, we believe the proposed amendments are unnecessary and we urge the council to reject them. Some of these newly proposed amendments, which according to the staff report are targeted at residential areas, sweep far too broadly and would make changes to commercial areas as well as public areas that are unrelated to residential protests. Many of the proposed amendments are unrelated to the targeted harassment of individuals, which we believe the police already has sufficient authority to prevent. One of the proposed changes, which you just heard about during the staff report, would limit the speech protections of Section 4.12.030B5, which members of this council passed into law after extensive discussion with community stakeholders to address free speech concerns raised by the ACLU. This change would reduce the exemption provided for non-commercial activity by 1 hour on each weekend day. As you've heard, this change is particularly harmful to Santa Monica's working people, hotel housekeepers in particular, who must often report to work at 8 a.m., including on weekends, and who have customarily conducted peaceful protests at this time to address their labor conditions, as well as issues of broad community concern, such as affordable housing and coastal access. Moreover, the proposed changes would limit peaceful protests in public parks and other public areas, which bear no relevance to the stated aim of these laws, preventing targeted protests in residential zones. We ask, who are these changes intended to benefit or protect? In sum, we believe these changes are moot, overbroad, and would interfere with the rights of working people to exercise one of the only tools they have, their voice. This is something members of this council have fought hard to protect, and we do not believe events that occurred more than 7 months ago warrant this kind of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Welcome, Zena Josephs. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Particularly interested in the residential zones. I hope the council will consider children when discussing distance and time restrictions. In the December protests, I was hearing from residents in my neighborhood that their kids couldn't study for tests and final exams because of the noise in the evening. I think the protests in the morning should not be allowed to start before 8 a.m. because people have to get their little kids to eat breakfast, get ready for school. The 50-foot distance restriction is very important. In earlier years, we had protests from animal rights people who were throwing red paint on the fence of one of our residents. It was very stressful. Someone in the family subsequently had a heart attack. And, I support the right to protest, but family members should not be affected by these protests. It's really not fair to children and to elderly people and people in general who live nearby. Thank you.
Thank you, Zena.
No more callers.
Now we're ready for our questions. Councilmember Brock, Councilmember Negrete, Councilmember Davis, anybody else?
So in regard to the change in ordinance possibly between the 7 and 8 a.m. Hour and Local 11 wanting to be able to protest in commercial adjacent zones for protest. Is there a way to say from 7 to 8 a.m. on those weekends that they can protest with no amplification from 7 to 8? So I understand that Local 11 had a protest today at the Shore Hotel, and they had 5 or 6 protesters starting at 7 a.m. There was no amplification. They were able to walk, chant, do whatever they needed to do, but I think that effect is somewhat minimal to a residential neighborhood or a completely residential adjacent neighborhood. So I would be in favor of that, but my question is, can that be done? Can we make that distinction?
Well, the Shore Hotel.
So we're talking, that's in a commercial zone, I know that. But I'm talking about, the Local 11 has talked in the past about being able to protest outside Pally House, for instance, which is in they're a commercial business in a residential adjacent zone. So the question was on weekends, when it's at 8 a.m., which I think is reasonable, but if they said that, look, we want to hit that change of shifts, can they protest without amplification from 7 to 8? I would be in favor of that. I wonder, is that legal? Can we make that distinction?
So the answer is likely.
I think you need your mic on.
So the answer is likely yes. That would likely be a valid time, manner, and place restriction. You would simply be applying a a limitation on amplified noise rather than having a complete exemption during that 7 to 8 a.m. period. So the answer is yes. How we would draft that is more complicated given the way the ordinances are set up. I will look as we go through, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that on the fly, on the lectern, since all of these ordinances interact with each other.
I understand.
I don't want to do something that will cause an unforeseen circumstance.
All right, thank you.
Any other, that's it? So Councilmember Negrete.
So I have a couple questions. Focusing on the residents, the 50 feet, it stated that across the street, for example, from the targeted neighbor, I mean, doesn't that affect the person across the street worse than it does the person that the protesting is targeted at?
Yes, so the rationale for the 50-foot distance, which is in there now, is that there's a desire to have a buffer between the protesters and the house or residence at which their protest is targeted for the reasons that, for example, Zena Joseph stated, so that there's some distance so that there's an ability to prevent the protesters from doing things other than protesting directed at that residence. It does push the protesters. For example, last fall, the protests occurred in Sunset Park. The streets there typically are not a full 50 feet wide, and so it does push the people onto the sidewalk across the street, which is in fact neighboring the residences across the street. But for example, in that protest, while the protesters were across the street and making noise, they were directing their noise at the residents across the street. But yes, it does generate noise next to the residences across the street.
Right, which is needless to say and obvious. I guess the point being that then when the police are called or whoever gets involved to mitigate the situation, do you try to find out who the targeted person is? Because if you're just making noise and it's happening, then you create the issue of now the noise is within 50 feet of your residence, and how do you?
Yeah, so for example, in the fall, it was easy. They were directing their protests at a particular individual who lived in a particular house. So there was no issue as to which residence it was targeted at. And the way that the targeted residential protest ordinance is structured, it only applies if, in fact, the protest is targeted at a particular residence.
Got it. And the injunction, how does that come into play that you mentioned that came after that? The neighbors, the injunction?
So that would apply, right? The relief that third parties could seek would be for a violation of the ordinance, which basically imposes time limits. So it would be if they were either violating the distance limitation or they were engaging in a targeted residential protest after 8 p.m.
Okay. I have another question. This is less about, because this isn't just talking about targeted protesting. There's some other issues, and I have something that happened over the weekend and that's happened often that's personal to my own living situation and my neighbors. How does this affect, for example, when a John Deere is being ran at a school and there's residents right next to it prior to these hours? You're talking about amplified noise. You mentioned machinery. Does this come into play when there's actually like a school that they're cutting the lawn with a huge machine and it's butt up against people's bedroom windows?
Generally, that would be commercial activity, but there is another exemption in the noise ordinance and the existing noise ordinance. So section 4.12.030A1 exempts from application of the ordinance except for section 4.12.025, activities conducted on public or private school grounds, including but not limited to school athletic and school entertainment events. So if it's on school grounds, it would only be subject to the general prohibition, which is what I gave you, which is basically excessive noise.
8 a.m. and it's subject to decibel rating.
No, so it's not subject to the decibel limits. It's only subject to the general prohibition that only applies to noise that it is unreasonably disturbs the peace, quiet, and comfort of persons of normal sensitivity within the area of audibility, or is so harsh or prolonged or unnatural or unusual as to cause physical discomfort to any person of normal sensibility.
What's the hours on that?
There's no hours
Could be
on that.
any time.
Yes, that's a general prohibition that applies across all hours.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Mr. Cardona, would it be possible for you to put your chart back up with the yellow highlighting?
Certainly.
Since that will be perfect, thank you. So it was my understanding when council directed staff to come back, and at that time I said I had First Amendment concerns, and I still do, but we were really focused on the protests that had occurred outside Supervisor Kuehl's home and Assemblymember Bloom's home, and that was the targeted residential protest. Can you tell me why we're now including these other provisions relating to parks, beaches, and recreational facilities? Was there something else that triggered that, or was it just, well, if we're talking noise, let's do that? I'm trying to figure out
So
why that got included.
the instruction we got was to return with proposed amendments to reduce prolonged noise from protest activities in residential neighborhoods. And many of the city's parks in particular and recreational facilities are in fact located in residential neighborhoods. And so in parallel, so there was an exemption for parks as opposed to, for example, the sidewalks around those parks. We drafted basically parallel restrictions on parks to mesh with outdoors on public property, which is the public property that's covered by outdoors on public property is generally streets, sidewalks, other basic common public right-of-way.
And what was the rationale for including beaches? I mean, I know we have some people who live.
So part of
close
that
to the
was
beach,
that
but not many.
that's the current ordinance we have. So the current ordinance we have is a specific restriction on parks, beaches, and recreational facilities. And so as you can see, we've kept it the same. The only thing we've added is a restriction from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. on weekends on sound amplifying equipment or musical instruments. So that the other restrictions are already in place.
Okay, great. And then, so with regard, I want to make sure I'm understanding this. So with regard to protests in the residential area, if you can protest from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. 2 days for the full 2 hours, is that correct? For 2 days?
Yes,
Then-
using sound amplifying equipment. So
Right.
remember that this is just a limitation on the use of sound amplifying equipment.
Right, but we know that most protests, usually somebody's got a bullhorn. It's just, most of the protests
Yeah.
I've been to,
So
somebody's got a
many
bullhorn.
protests have bullhorns. There are protests that don't have bullhorns where people are not amplifying but are simply chanting or yelling.
All right, and then on the third day, they still can continue to protest, just to make sure I'm understanding this, but only for 45 minutes out of that 2-hour period, is that correct?
From 8 to 10, if they're in the same location. If they move 500 feet, then they are not limited by the 45 minutes for use of sound amplifying equipment. The theory there being that it basically moves the noise to a different location, so the same residential occupants are not being subjected over a continuously long period to that same level of noise.
Right, but for example, in our residential neighborhoods, most of the lots are 50 feet across. Some are a little different, but the standard lot is 50 by 150.
Yes.
So that would mean someone would have to move, because the issue came up not for protesting just for the sake of protesting in a residential neighborhood. They were protesting at the homes of specific people. So it's unlikely that if you're trying to protest outside of an elected official's home at a particular corner, 500 feet is going to move you 10 houses away.
Going to move you a block and a half away. A block is 300 feet.
Yeah, so, well, that's my point, is, so
Yes.
really,
So
you
you
are
could-
limiting, if someone is doing a targeted residential protest, I am targeting this person, whether it's an elected official or the chairman of ExxonMobil or our good friend Tom Varick, another Santa Monica resident who's been in the news lately. People are unlikely to move 500 feet. So
yes,
the
under-
third day, they have to.
On the third day, they would have to limit their use of amplified noise between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. to 45 minutes.
And just so I'm clear, it could be any time during those 2 hours. So they could
Right.
say, to maximize our impact we're going to do it from 9:15 to 10, because that's more annoying than doing it from 8 to 8:45.
Yes, they could choose when within that time to use it, and the balance of the time, they simply couldn't use amplified noise.
And is there any other jurisdiction that's got that kind of provision? I'm just wondering if it's been tested constitutionally.
There have been limitations on sound amplifying equipment, so as long as the limitations on sound amplifying equipment are limited in time and place and rationally connected to the purpose, they've been upheld. An absolute ban on sound amplifying equipment for significant periods of time other than during nighttime hours has been rejected.
Okay. And then I just want to be clear, because I think there may have been some confusion when, with regards to the early morning start time, the comments you got and what we heard from Ms. Wilson from Unite Here was simply on the weekends. During the weekday, did they want to move it on the weekdays, which it already starts at 7?
The weekdays,
Right.
the time is 7 a.m. We had proposed moving it to 8 a.m. on weekends to match other provisions. They objected, but the general exemption, if council chose, could still be 7 a.m. That's a very simple change.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Do you have? I'm sorry. I'm trying to get everybody. Did you go on?
Yeah, she was next. Sorry, I thought. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, Kristen, and then Christine, and then I have a couple of questions.
So George, when thinking back to when this was happening the most in the Sunset Park area, I really get stuck on this sound amplifying equipment and unless stationary. And I just was hoping you could sort of better define that for me, because does it mean a unit that is in and of itself physically like stationary, or does it mean someone standing in place with a blowhorn and not walking back and forth in front of the person's home?
Either one of those. So if you had, for example, a stationary speaker,
right,
that remained stationary for 5 minutes, that would be stationary. Or if you had a person with a bullhorn who remained in approximately the same location, stationary for 5 minutes, that would be stationary.
And so what we're allowing, I think, at least what is we're allowing stationary amplified noise between 8 and 10 for 2 nights before it gets reduced to 45 minutes.
Correct.
In a targeted residential protest.
Not just in a targeted residential protest, in any residential district.
Okay, and I know that'll allow us to better measure. But if I recall from when this took place last time, we never got a decibel count that violated sort of our decibel level requirement. And the people were pretty stationary. I mean, they were walking, right? But they were pretty stationary in like an area. They were concentrated.
Yeah, it varied. I mean, they walked around the neighborhood, and then they spent significant amounts of time standing across the street from the targeted residence.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that people are really understanding that the only real change here to what happened before would be that after 2 nights, because the people always left by 10. I mean, and I went back and I looked at my notes, like it wasn't the only difference, really. And I get tidying up the ordinance, but is that on the 3rd night, because this went on for, I think, 5 or something, it would be limited to 45 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm not sure everyone's fully appreciating that.
And again, the reason that there's that limited change is precisely because of the First Amendment concerns, which is that there has to be an opportunity for protesters to make their message heard to their intended audience. And so this opposes, basically, it's based on the concept that the residences should be entitled to some limitation on the level of noise so that it's not continuous over an extensive period of time. And that's the direction we got from council, which was to return with amendments to reduce prolonged noise from protest activities. And so that's the reason for this approach.
And there were a couple interesting points raised in the public comment, but I just want to make sure that the current litigation that we've been served with related to May 31st doesn't include noise-related
No, the challenges are to basically enforcement of the curfews and the mechanism by which enforcement was done.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Christine.
Thank you. So I have questions regarding noise and specifically amplified noises at our parks and beaches. And this is withstanding not having like a special event permit. So we received a complaint email today about some musicians that come out with 10 speakers of amplified music at the Ocean View Park in the middle of the day. So would that...
This would not preclude that because the limit on sound amplifying equipment would only apply during that 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. or 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. on weekends time period.
Okay.
During daytime hours, the general prohibition, the prohibition that I quoted from 4.12.025, which precludes noises, sounds so as to unreasonably disturb the peace, quiet, and comfort of persons of normal sensitivity within the area of audibility, or so harsh or prolonged or unnatural or unusual as to cause physical discomfort to any person of normal sensitivity. That would be the prohibition that would apply during the day.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. No, that was my only question. Thank you.
So, Phil, I'm sorry, I haven't gone yet, so may I ask a couple first, please?
You can ask whatever you want. Mike was a follow-up directly to that.
Okay, go ahead.
So I do have that follow-up to Councilmember Parra's question because at Ocean View Park, there is several residents in Santa Monica Shores who there is a band playing on Sundays, I think, around 2 o'clock that is there for hours. So the question is, in the past, when I was on the Recreation and Parks Commission, I thought that parks you could have non-amplified, or you could have acoustic music anytime, but for something that had loud amplification, it had to still go through a parks permit.
I don't believe that's the case for an individual performer, that it's not part of a community event.
Is there something that could be added to protect residents if they were even in a public park where someone brought in speakers and started doing that? Because I know there was a problem in Palisades Park several years ago on Sundays, and now there's an issue at Ocean View. Is there some way to add protection from a concert?
So we have not looked at that because that was not the direction we were given. When you start looking at limits on sound amplification during daytime hours, it becomes more complicated under the First Amendment. That would require us to look at that and try and structure something. I'm not entirely sure what we could do beyond the general prohibition that we have in place, which does allow enforcement. And I know from speaking with individuals who have gone out to enforce that they have gone out and tried to take decibel readings and have found that when they take the decibel readings, the noises that they are recording are not significantly above the ambient noise level for the beach and park at those times of days. The beach and park themselves generate significant levels of ambient noise.
Thank you.
So my question is about amplified noise at night. And over the pandemic, we had musicians playing at various locations in the city, in residential neighborhoods, in parks, et cetera, but entertaining their neighbors, right, with amplified equipment at their homes. And my question would be, if somebody wanted to put on a concert, it's one of those hypothetical, right, every night, right, with amplified sound equipment in their driveway in front of their house, would they be subject to these limits?
So there are two limits that would apply. If it was on private property, the dB limits that are set out in the ordinance would apply because it would not be on public property. So if it were in their driveway, they would be subject to both the dB limits and also the general prohibition on excessive noise that I've just recited.
But if it were not in excess of the dB limit.
If it were not in excess of the dB limit, it would be very hard to apply the general prohibition because basically the dB limits would essentially set a floor or there would be a very valid argument that if you don't exceed the dB limits we have set, it can't be viewed as excessive noise that disturbs the peace.
I'm just suggesting this is not something I'm looking to discourage. I mean, this is something I think is a nice thing, not a bad thing. But my next question is, so let's say somebody had a big problem with me and they wanted to protest in front of my house, like I'm sure it could happen, right? Every day. They could do it every day for 5 years for 45 minutes.
Yes.
Right? I mean, it's just
as
after
long as
the first 2 days, they couldn't do it for 2 hours, they'd be limited to 45
yes,
minutes.
as long as they don't violate the general prohibition, which is as long as they don't generate noise that is so excessive as to disturb the peace or so harsh that it causes physical discomfort beyond for a person of normal sensitivity. So that general prohibition remains in place, but other than that, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete.
I have a dovetail question on that. From what I read, it sounded like if someone wanted to be in front of Sue's house for the first 2 days for 2 hours and then 5 days following for 45 minutes, then they went away for 3 days. Doesn't that rule reset?
Then they could come back and do the 2 hours from 8 to 10 and then 45 minutes for each time after that, which is why I believe we would be able to defend these as valid time, place, and manner restrictions that provide available alternatives for protesters to convey their message.
Any other questions? So let me ask everybody on the council, does anyone on the council have a problem with moving the weekend time to 7 a.m.?
Only if it is non-amplified 7 to 8. I'm fine with that.
Not sure all of us agree with that. So
I don't agree with that. As I said, I haven't been to a protest where there hasn't been a bullhorn. You know, every once in a while they do happen, but I think that it's important, having participated in many of these protests, it's important for them to have that option.
I hate to take this piecemeal, but yes, Councilmember Brock.
Well, I just wanted to respond to that. It's not only bullhorns now, it's also the Costco portable speakers, et cetera. So it's very different. So I worry about people in apartments on 3 corners, and we'll focus on the Pally House for a minute. That's a commercial use in a residential neighborhood with, I believe, a convalescent home on one corner, if I recall, I may be wrong, and 2 other corners that have apartments, and the apartment house directly adjacent that faces into their yard. So my question is, on a weekend, how do we find the time to let residents in those apartments who have worked all week have at least peace and quiet till 8 a.m.? And I think that's not unreasonable to ask in our neighborhoods. So I would object to amplified noise, and I support City Attorney Cardona's view of that 8 a.m. is a good start. However, I am fine, and yes, there would still be some noise, but most people in Santa Monica don't have air conditioning, and they don't have double pane glass, double glazed glass. So that means those demonstrations would really affect those people, whether older, younger, kids, grandparents, etc. I think people have somewhat of an expectation that they would have a right from 7 to 8 to peace and quiet. Now, if they want to do an unamplified protest, I'm fine.
Well,
so I would ask that we try and see if that can be done. Now,
You're talking about residential areas specifically.
yes, not commercial areas. I don't have a problem with, if Council Member Davis wants to be out at 6 a.m. protesting a hotel or a restaurant or something that isn't union, I'll be happy to join her.
And then the exception with like the Trader Joe's that's in a residential, how does that work? With what he's
Right now, there's an exception so that the ban on amplified noise does not apply to use on a public sidewalk, street, alley, or parkway immediately abutting a property with a commercial use.
And then
So,
therefore, they could use
so
the
they could
amplified
use
sound.
it at the, for example, the Trader Joe's in Sunset Park.
Did you hear that, Phil? So for example, at the Trader Joe's, the amplified sound,
They could
That's
do
the
it
exception.
regardless because it is not a residential, it is directly in front of the commercial building,
Well,
right?
that wouldn't apply anyway. Then I'm fine with the change, Councilmember Davis.
So,
Fair enough? Okay.
okay, good.
So just so I'm clear, what's proposed is, or am I correct in that there's going to be a motion for the amendments subject to, on page 10 of the proposed ordinance in B5A, eliminating the addition of on weekdays or 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. on weekdays to just be on weekends, and just eliminate that and make it between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. so that the exemption applies as it does currently with no amendment.
Yes, I think, yes, Councilmember Brock?
Can I move that amendment?
Well, I think we're going to get to the whole ordinance in a minute, but
Or I'll move the whole ordinance.
but let me ask one more question about the 50 feet away. And with the 50 feet away, I mean, look, I think that there's an argument that if they're 50 feet away, that the person who's the targeted residence gets less annoyance than the neighbors directly across the street or anyone 50 feet away, right? In other words, from their house, right? I mean, my first thought was maybe we should make it within a radius of 50 feet, but you know, I don't know.
So again, if you think about how Santa Monica is set up, most of the targeted residential protests would be in residential neighborhoods. The sidewalk is generally right up against the front lawn, which is right, 10 feet or 12 feet from the front door.
Right.
There's no option. We don't want them in the street. They're generally not allowed to be in the street, blocking the street. So the options are either on the sidewalk right in front of the targeted residence or the sidewalk across the street.
And the problem, I do understand, because if you're throwing things, right, and you're right at the house you're throwing at.
if we're not throwing things and we're talking about sound, we're talking about noise and not obstruction, right?
Correct.
The throwing of things is
a whole different issue.
problematic.
So the current ordinance, so the 50-foot restriction is in the current ordinance. We did not change that. We just left that the way it was in the proposed ordinance.
And in the past, as we've experienced this, and I guess I'm asking everybody, has it been an issue, the 50-foot issue, right, where the targeted residence is less bothered, although we now have the third party right? So if that residence is really, if they're doing a drum circle in front of that residence on the sidewalk or something, right, then those people would actually have a claim for disturbance if it were loud enough.
Yes, they could argue that the general prohibition applies because excessive noise is having an impact on an exclusive residential use, but that would be what they could enforce.
But it could only be the noise, right? It would, in other
Correct.
words,
It would only be the noise. It wouldn't be the distance restriction.
Say that again.
It would only be the noise restriction. The distance restriction would only apply from the targeted residence.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about whether people are squeezed out, but maybe Councilmember Davis is thinking what I'm thinking too.
Well, I'm probably not. What I was going to say is I did actually go to see some of the protests that occurred in the residential zones. I think a lot of the annoyance that the neighbors were feeling, believe it or not, was some noise, but there were other actions being taken. People were shining flashlights into houses. They were waving sticks around as people were walking through the neighborhood in a threatening manner. There were a lot of other things going on. And I mention that because we're only dealing here with noise. And I think that's what we should stay focused on. But I do want to say that the First Amendment, I think, quote, Mr. Champagne, is sort of a pesky thing. And, you know, with regard to noise, we need to make sure that although people have a right to be quiet in their residential areas, the First Amendment says, but sometimes you're going to be exposed to things you would prefer not to be exposed to, whether it's loud noise or protest. So I say that only because I think I agree with you. I mean, it always strikes me as funny that you have to go across the street and bother the neighbor. And yes, it is true that the noise will be projected presumably back to the target. Although the interesting thing is this talks about targeted residential protest, but, and maybe this is a question you were getting to, is what if somebody stages a protest in a residential zone, but that's not targeted? They maybe start at Mayor Himmelrich's house, but decide to move up to Councilmember Brock's place. And they're not really, they're marching through the neighborhood. Do these limitations still apply?
The restrictions on sound amplifying. Yes, the restrictions on sound amplifying equipment would still apply. That's a separate application, separate and apart from the targeted residential protests, which gets back to your first question, which is why we proposed amendments to both the noise ordinance and the targeted residential protests, so that it reaches protests even if they're not targeted at one particular residence.
So I guess the question so they're protesting at my house, and they do 2 days of 2 hours, then they skip a day and come back and do 2 more days, right? Because they can do that, right?
Correct.
And they do this every day for a year, except they're standing on my neighbor's sidewalk and not my sidewalk. So the person who's really...
Correct, except if it's targeted at you, then it wouldn't be allowed after 8 p.m.
So the general prohibition of decibels and using drums and pots and pans apply for your neighbor, but ultimately if it's targeted at you, then we go and divert to this after 8 p.m. And
Yes, targeted residential protests are not allowed after 8 p.m.
Unless,
And again, the concept there is that targeted residential protests tend to be more stationary because they are focused on a residence, and so the limit kicks in at 8 p.m. rather than the general limit on amplified noise, which kicks in at 10 p.m., but has a different modified limitation between 8 and 10 p.m.
it just sounds like the neighbor is more affected. I realize we're saying the noise is being projected this way, and the idea is that it's going this way and the neighbor's that way, but it does feel like then there's the issue of them being on their sidewalk in front of their house.
But again, the distance restriction,
Right,
the distance restriction applies to targeted residential protests, but targeted residential protests can't be engaged in after 8 p.m. So you've got a shorter time frame.
So I'm confused. Sorry, I was thinking about what's allowed on public property, which is like the sidewalk.
Yes.
Even though that's a targeted residential, you're saying Sheila Kuehl's protests.
So there's two different
would not have
things.
been allowed after 8 p.m.
Correct. If it
Under
was
this
targeted at that particular residence. What they could have done was not target that particular residence, but protest in the neighborhood generally as just a general protest, not targeted at that particular residence, in which case what would apply would be the general limit on sound amplifying equipment, which would allow them to do that from 8 to 10, subject to the limitations we've talked about, and then would have to stop at 10.
Okay, and then just to confirm, the determination that it's a targeted residential protest just means that the majority of people are standing within no more than 50 feet away, projecting their voices toward the house, or would it happen to be the flyer that's posted on
So
Facebook?
the definition that we've included of a targeted residential protest means a demonstration, picketing activity, or other public assembly that is directed at a particular dwelling or occupants of that dwelling, and either one, proceeds on a definite course in front of or around that particular dwelling. In other words, they're marching around that particular dwelling. Or 2, occurs at a particular location in front of or around that particular dwelling. So it's a both subjective, is it directed at that dwelling, and objective, are they marching around that dwelling or remaining in front of that dwelling?
How can we make this easier to understand for our officers to be able to implement, and for our protesters and for our neighbors to be able to exercise their rights?
So if this were to pass, I suspect we would put up a set of FAQs that would identify what the limitations are so that everybody was aware of what they are, trying to explain them kind of like this chart in simpler language so that people could see during particular times what the limits were.
Can we explain it in simpler language now, or is it too early for
I'm
that?
sort of more worried about this targeted residential protest because, let's face it, they can come to my house, right? Be standing across the street and say, I'm not targeting at her house, I'm targeting, the school board guy who lives 2 doors down, right? I mean, my point is simply that there's so much intent involved in talking about targeted protests that I feel that it's a slippery slope for us and easy to get out of, right? And difficult to enforce.
So, I mean,
so if we
I don't
didn't have that, then
I don't
everybody would
think
have
it's,
a right.
I don't. So, for example, the protest that was targeted at Sheila Kuehl's house, it was fairly easy to figure out that that was targeted at the house because the protest involved chants specifically directed at the individual occupant of the house. That tends to be the case in many of the targeted residential protests. Yeah. Either the message or the chanting is clearly directed at that particular residence. So while it does have an element of intent, objectively, that's generally not that hard to sort out if, in fact, it is a targeted residential protest.
But then are we getting into then semantics? Because people can say, well, I'm saying this, but I'm not targeting it here. And it just makes it harder on the spot for police.
And that's why there's the objective test, the objective part, which is it has to proceed. They either have to be marching around that residence or they have to be at a particular location in front of or around that dwelling. So there's 2 prongs there. What are they chanting effectively and what are they doing?
Well, what if we removed targeted? Then what happens to the ordinance? And we just said in a residential neighborhood.
You could remove targeted residential protests if you wanted. That would leave us with simply the limitation on sound amplifying equipment.
And that would be the 2 hours for 2 days and then the 45 minutes, right? And then
it would be a general prohibition on sound amplifying equipment after 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. on weekends. And it would be the prohibition for more than 40, if you do it multiple days in a row, the first 2 days, 2 hours from 8 to 10, after that, 45 minutes.
And
unless you move.
Unless you move to the next guy's, right?
Unless you move to the next block.
To that other guy, right, or 500 feet.
Phil's got a question.
But I see Phil, but I'm just trying, I just want to follow this train. So the only thing we would be eliminating.
So if you wanted to do that, you could just go back to just having the distance restriction for a targeted residential protest, not having a separate noise restriction.
Well, then is that worse? The idea is to make it better, not worse.
What I'm thinking is, why do we? We didn't have the targeted residential, did we before?
Yes, you right now you have a targeted residential
And
protest ordinance which simply imposes the 50-foot distance restriction.
But what I'm troubled by is if we want to control the noise, right? I'm going to be honest. Sheila never complained about this.
So yes, you could eliminate the targeted residential protest ordinance.
And frankly, I wouldn't complain if they were protesting in front of my house, right? I would view that as, they're right, but I'd rather limit the effects on my neighbors, right, than them targeting it at me. So, and I am troubled by the idea that if you target it at somebody, then you don't get to say anything after. If you want to protest near somebody's house who you have a problem with, right, forget targeted, right? You can be called targeted and then you can't do anything after 8.
So if you wanted to do that, you could simply delete section 4.08.790, which is the current ordinance addressing targeted residential protests.
Except that now we're creating a bigger issue, which we're going backwards then. Now we're saying that this is now going to, the idea was to have a less of an impact for the neighbors that dealt with this issue.
Well, but you would be adding the ban on amplified sound, which would be new.
So just to put it really simply, option A and option B.
So option A, if you eliminated the targeted residential protests and simply adopted the limitations on amplified noise, then in essence, in a residential district, protesters would be limited. They couldn't use amplified noise after 10 p.m. And from 8 to 10 p.m., they would be subject to the 2 hours for every 2 days out of 7 days and 45 minutes the day after, unless they move to a different location.
Option B is, the other option would be then,
The other option would be to keep the targeted residential protests, in which case you would still have that general limitation on amplified noise, but you would add, if it's a targeted residential protest, they have to stay 50 feet away, and the targeted residential protest couldn't continue past 8 p.m.
okay, that sounds like it's actually protecting the neighborhood more from the sound than not having targeted. I just want to make that clear for myself.
I mean, having targeted.
Yes, it actually protects your neighbors more because then you're stopping
You
it.
can't have anything after 8 o'clock.
If it's a targeted
If
residential
it's
protest.
targeted.
If it's a targeted.
Yeah. So it's no harm in terms of what you're saying, and I think it,
Well, here's the harm in terms of what I'm saying, that we could say, let's say somebody wanted to do it in an area, let's say in a residential neighborhood that, where somebody lived, but that wasn't why they were doing it there. They were doing it for a different reason. Then you could say, oh, you're targeting, I'm just saying that's my only concern. That if you wanted to enforce it,
I get what you're saying in terms of free speech, but he just said that there has to be some specifics, right? That
There would
were-
have to be evidence that it is in fact directed at a particular dwelling or the occupants of that dwelling, and it would have to objectively be marching around that residence or remaining in a stationary position across from that residence.
which protects the resident if someone was doing otherwise. Why would they say, they would do the opposite and not say those things so they could continue?
okay, so did you, Phil, you had something else, right?
Yeah, what I'm concerned about ultimately is letting people in their residential neighborhoods be able to, I'm going to say the same thing over and over again, have some peace and quiet in their neighborhoods. It concerns me that when I've seen some ordinances from other cities, they seem to be able to provide more of a cutoff for amplified noise in their neighborhoods past dinner time. Now, I don't understand if all those ordinances are illegal, that's fine. But otherwise, what I'm concerned about now is I've already hearing that they could be, that amplified protests can be outside someone's house till 10 o'clock for 2 nights. They can go 45 minutes the third and fourth night. They can pause for 2 nights, come back for 2 full nights, and then 45 minutes again. So I'm not sure, after all this, if we're really doing anything to be able to protect residents in residential neighborhoods from excessive noise. Is there anything that we can do that would still protect First Amendment, but would be stronger? Because what I'm concerned about, it feels like we're watering everything down. And ultimately, the residents end up with no more than they had today. And that's what I'm concerned about.
Well, see, we're concerned at opposite ends, Phil, because what I'm concerned about, see, if we have
let me finish my question then. I mean, I'm fine if we want to debate back and forth.
This is discussion. I mean, I just want to make clear. So what my concern is that with targeted protest, your cutoff is at 8 p.m. That's what you want, right? And I don't, right? This is where it's sort of opposite ends. If you want it to be off.
I don't know. Well, look, I wouldn't mind if the protest went on till 10, if it was not amplified. I think the key for me is the amplification, and there's a difference. So I do not want to limit people's right to protest, whether it's your house or your house. But what I don't want to do, but what I don't want to do is I don't want to have, what I'm hearing right now is if I want to protest whoever's house, I don't know, Tom Barak's house or whatever his name is. Barrack, whatever his name is. Okay, so I could come for 2 nights, 8 to 10, or all day. I could start at 8 a.m., right? Go till 10 p.m. with amplified sound for 2 nights. The third night, if I was smart, then I'd come at 9:15 p.m. and go till 10 o'clock. Now, that's probably a bad example because there's a long roadway with very few neighbors next door. But if I was on 17th in Michigan, it would disturb an entire neighborhood.
So can I just
So how do we
chip in here? Because
I guess, and
Okay,
Mayor,
so
I hear what you're saying as well. So I understand. I'm just trying to find some way that we give residents peace of mind.
So this is obviously a middle ground. And remember that in addition to the ban on amplified noise is an absolute ban on amplified noise. And in addition to that absolute ban on amplified noise, we still retain the general prohibition. The general prohibition in section 4.12.025, which prohibits noise that excessively disturbs the peace or that hinders. And so that is the tool, other than in the times when you don't have an absolute ban on amplified noise. In the last time this came before, there were a number of comments suggesting that, that time period between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. was a time period when protesters believed it was appropriate because that was a time when people were in their homes and the audience could be reached. And so this is a compromise. That's what it was designed to be in mind.
And so let me follow up on this. So in those protests, right, those were targeted protests. We knew they were targeted protests. So after 8 p.m., under this ordinance, would they be allowed to use amplification?
So the answer is no, they couldn't continue to protest as a targeted protest after 8 p.m. at all.
But what they could do is continue their protests throughout the neighborhood,
Yes.
claiming, Sue Himmelrich is an idiot around my block over and over and over again, right?
Correct. They could do what the protesters in Sunset Park did, which was break up their targeted residential protest by marching throughout the neighborhood. That would be permissible. That would remain subject to the limits on amplified noise, but it would not then be a targeted residential protest because it would not be proceeding on a definite course in front of or around that particular dwelling or occurring at a particular location in front of or around that particular dwelling.
So I'm trying to understand, so with the 2-hour thing, so they could march around the block saying, they could do that for 2 hours for 2 nights, and then on the third night, they could only do it for 45 minutes?
So during those 2 hours between 8 and 10, they would have to be stationary, which means they would have to stop and remain in one place for 5 minutes at a time, which would give us the ability to do the measuring, but beyond that, they could march around.
Okay.
We should do a workshop on how to properly protest.
I'm just trying to figure out what the rules are and whether we can really tell the difference between one rule and another rule, and if they're, sort of concrete enough to be enforceable.
So I believe the definitions are concrete enough to be enforceable. There will be overlap between the two because often targeted residential protests also use amplified noise.
Gotcha. Okay. Does anyone have, yes, okay, so Oscar hasn't gone yet, and then Phil.
The Santa Monica Pier and the Promenade are exempt from this, right?
The Santa Monica, yes, they are not residential districts, so these limitations would not apply there.
And what's the reasoning on why we're protecting those commercial zones? What's the reasoning behind it?
So the reasoning is that the interest that justifies these types of limits is the interest of protecting residential peace and quiet, and in a non-residential zone, that interest doesn't apply. So for example, if you have people making noise on the pier, it's not next to any exclusive residential district or residential district. And so the concerns that justify these types of limits just don't exist there.
Yeah, it just feels like there's other commercial zones where that we can use the same sort of guiding criteria, right above the pier, for example. But I agree with Councilmember Brock that, we should be able to allow for, protests. Is it even at like from 7 to 8 a.m., but it's just the issue of the amplification of sound, you know, that's a concern. And I know, I mean, people have conditions sometimes that makes it hard for them to wake up, you know, I mean, to sleep, you know, they need a little, that extra hour makes a big difference. I know in my family, with my boys, it makes a big difference to get a little bit more sleep, and for school, for example, and so forth. And I just want to, I want to support, you know, the concept of allowing the protest, you know, but from 7 to 8 a.m. to not allowing the amplification of sound.
And so again, if that's council's choice, then we could go back and revise it to do that, if that's the choice of the council.
Correct. So in terms of voting on something like that today, because it seems like there's multiple pieces, what would you recommend, or how would you like to handle sort of getting some clarification and some guidance from us on those smaller pieces, because then there's larger pieces, but just like on that question of like not allowing amplification from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
Is that a motion?
How would you like us to vote
You
on
could, if
that?
you wanted, pose a motion to direct staff to go back and return with a modified ordinance that prohibits amplified noise between the hours of 7 and 8 a.m., but generally retains the general exemption from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. as it's set forth, but adds a prohibition on amplified noise between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m.
Yeah, correct. Well, I'd like to make that motion.
So can you restate the motion so that I can understand it, please?
Yes, to direct staff to come back with a change to the ordinance to prohibit amplification during protests from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
On weekends.
On weekends, yeah, so correct. So you'll be able to, we're allowing protests, but just the amplification question would be prohibited from 7 to 8 a.m.
And is this
I'll second.
I'm sorry, is this in residential areas only and not commercial adjacent?
So it would be, as I understand it, it would be to retain the exemption that's currently set forth in 4.12.030B5 as is, but add into the ordinance a prohibition on not have that exemption apply to amplified noise between the hours of 7 and 8 a.m. on weekends.
Councilmember Davis.
So I have a question to the maker of the motion and the seconder, because I'm still unclear. Are you talking throughout the city, only in parks, beaches, or recreational facilities, only for targeted residential protests? And what about in commercial zones that may abut residential? For example, the example of the Pally House was given, but there are a number of areas where we have commercial abutting residential. So where are you proposing this, citywide or in some particular area?
So can I answer that based on the exemption? Because the exemption that we're talking about applies only to non-commercial activity conducted outdoors on public property generally open to the public, including but not limited to streets, sidewalks, alleys, parkways, parks, and beaches, not on the Santa Monica Pier or the 3rd Street Promenade, not immediately abutting any exclusively residential use.
I think you got it.
And not violating section 4.12.025 of this code. So if that's not what's wanted, if what you want is just a ban on amplified noise in residential districts between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on weekends, is that what you want?
Yes.
So then, if that's the case, then just make that motion. Just make a motion for us to return with a modified ordinance that would include a ban on amplified noise in residential districts between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on weekends.
Well, can I ask a question, though? I mean, because typically what we do is decide what's agendized before we start giving direction about things for staff to bring back. We haven't voted on the motion that's actually agendized tonight. So I feel like, one, like we're putting the cart before the horse. And two, I guess, I mean, certainly we can have that vote on the direction, but I think I've made my position clear that at least I believe that amplification is part of protest. and that while I understand people's desire for peace and quiet, because as I understand it, would that also apply on weekdays? I mean, I'm a little.
No, the only hour that I'm hearing concern about is the 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. hour on weekends.
On weekends. So, well, as we know, and we've heard from Unite here and others, that is an important time for them to be able to protest because working people may begin their shifts at 8 a.m. and they want to exercise their First Amendment rights prior to joining their shifts. So if that is the motion, I'll be opposing it. But I'm still, I think, a little unclear what the motion is.
Well, so let me ask you this. So you have a commercial use in a residential zone that draws a protest, okay, but it is a commercial use. So you have a protest abutting a commercial use, right? So in front of a residential property, but it's in a residential zone, in front of a commercial property in a residential zone. What happens between 7 and 8 at that property?
So right now, so under the ordinance as amended, the between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on weekends, the general prohibition on sound amplifying equipment would not apply because there's an exemption for immediately abutting a property with a commercial use, so that would not apply. So between 7 a.m. And 8 a.m. on weekends, hang on. The general prohibition in section 4.12.025 would still apply to the extent that protest was impacting a residential use.
So they couldn't use amplified sound even if it
No,
was.
they could use amplified noise, and the only thing that would apply would be
The
the
general
prohibition on
prohibition.
excessive noise or noise that's inherently damaging.
Got it. Now, let me ask you, so you take that same situation where there's no commercial use, they're doing it in front of my house, right? Purely residential neighborhood. Would the answer change?
If, as currently drafted, if you, as the currently proposed ordinance, the answer would change between because the amplified noise restriction would apply to 8 a.m. on weekends.
8 p.m. to 10 p.m.
10 p.m. to 8 a.m. on weekends. So
Oh,
there would be
okay.
a ban on amplified noise in a purely residential district
So there would be
between
no
7 and 8 a.m.
amplified
on
noise.
weekends.
Okay, so there's no amplified noise between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. in a purely residential
weekends.
district, but you could, on a weekend, right?
Yes.
But budding a commercial property,
Correct. That would not apply.
That
and
wouldn't apply, and you
you'd
could
simply
start at 7.
default
It
to
would
the
be-
general prohibition.
okay.
So just so I'm clear, because I want to make sure, because I don't know that that was the motion that was made as opposed to what you're stating, Mr. Cardona. So I want to make sure, are you all saying what he's saying? Are Oscar and Phil is the maker and the seconder? Are you saying what Mr. Cardona is saying?
Phil?
I'd like to withdraw my second and substitute the original motion to approve the noise ordinance as stated by our city attorney, has adjustments to our municipal code. I think we're arguing about this 1 hour thing way too long.
I just have a comment to make. I think.
So I don't know if there's a
I
second
think we're
or
trying to
not.
have a.
Wait, we have to see if there's a second.
Oh,
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, moved by Brock, seconded by Delatorre. Now we talk about it.
I just wanted to say that I think we were coming to a happy medium to suffice the idea that there's protests and there's freedom of speech, and then there's neighbors who are trying to, have peace and quiet, and there's children that are affected by this, and all types of different people for all types of different reasons. I even think of myself when we're talking about the loud noises when you live next to a school that starts mowing the lawn with the John Deere at 6:30 a.m. on a Sunday, right? Those are things that disturb the peace, whether it's a protest, whether it's a loud noise. So having said all of that, I think what was originally being proposed was going in the right direction in that if there's a commercial business, which let's be honest, I'm just speaking in terms that everybody can understand for once, if anyone's even still watching this, that when we're protesting, a lot of times it's large commercial businesses, right? I don't know that this happens a lot. I know this happened at Sheila Kuehl's house. I don't know how often this has happened in the history of Santa Monica in the last 10 years, but I think the idea was what was being proposed is that you could still be more effective and you could still use amplified sound in that protected time in front of a commercial business, which to me would suffice and meet in the middle for those that want to protest and picket. I think we're belaboring this issue about all we're just asking is for some peace and quiet for neighbors from 7 to 8. You can still protest. It's still effective. People can see you. There's different versions of protesting and how effective it is. Visual impact is impactful as well. So as somebody who supports both of those ideologies, I felt like we were coming to a happy medium. And so I'm not sure what this has done now, but it sounds to me like I'm not really sure now. We've moved back.
Well, so we're back at the original. So let me just say, we're back at the original motion. What I was trying to move to was adjacent to a commercial. So for instance, if there was a protest at Pally House, they could have amplified sound at 7 a.m. because it is a commercial use.
I think that was the intent, if I'm not mistaken, from Oscar's motion, but it got confused.
Okay, so let me propose a friendly amendment that next to commercial uses, right, and commercial adjacent uses, that sound amplification can begin at 7 a.m.
So that's already effectively in here because the ban on sound amplifying equipment does not apply to the use of operation of sound amplifying equipment on a public sidewalk, street, alley, or parkway immediately abutting a property with a commercial use.
So knowing what we're trying to obtain, what would the friendly amendment be?
I don't think you need a friendly amendment.
You don't need it.
What you're saying is already covered.
there.
Okay, so then we need to just go. I think we've just overcomplicated this for ourselves. It sounds like as it's written, it's quiet and no amplified sound in residences from 7 to 8. You can still do it in front of commercial, whether it's abutting a residential neighborhood or not. Does that make sense to everybody? No, it doesn't?
So as the ordinance is proposed, it would allow a protest immediately adjacent to a commercial use with amplified noise, with amplified sound between 7 and 8 a.m.
Right. And you're fine with that.
Can I ask a real world question? No. So when we were trying to organize Lamerigo, we began protesting we actually began at 6 in the morning, in a parking lot adjacent to the hotel. It was not the hotel's parking lot, it was a public parking lot. So I think it would fall, I don't know where it would fall, I guess public property.
So yes, that would be public property generally open to the public.
Right. Now, under the proposed ordinance, because we didn't use amplified sound till 7 a.m., we picketed with amplified sound from 7 to 8, and then the workers began their shift at 8. This says 8 a.m. on weekends, so we would not have been able to use amplified sound from 7 to 8 under the motion as currently proposed. Is that true?
Unless it's immediately abutting a commercial use. So
Well, it was
again,
across the street. I don't know what immediately abutting means. So the Marigo back of the house hits Appian Way. Across the street from Appian Way, there is a public parking lot. We were protesting in the public parking lot, not
the street.
across the
It
street.
was probably 30 feet away.
Yeah, so it wasn't immediately abutting. It wasn't right next to the hotel. It was across the street from the hotel, but it was public property.
So under the ordinance as currently drafted, that would probably not be exempted.
And
we want that to be, the point is that those of us who do these protests and have done them before would like that outdoors on public properties, right, to be 7 a.m., not 8 a.m. on weekends for situations like that.
Is there residential?
No,
yes, there is.
Wait.
There is residential immediately abutting that parking lot.
That's what I'm asking, not the hotel across the street. I understand.
There
that. I'm
actually
more
is an apartment
concerned-
building.
Again, not concerned about the hotel, sorry, hotel owners, but I am concerned about the residences. Now, it may be different because of the beach. There is a reasonable expectation that you may have noise anytime, day or night. So if there is, Mayor, if there is a friendly amendment that you would like to propose so we can get through this, I'm totally open to hearing it.
Okay, well, my friendly amendment, I think, as I understand it now, would be that in this category of outdoors on public property, that
Amplify would be open at 7
that amplified would be allowed at 7 a.m.
on weekends.
On
Or-
weekends.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't know about my seconder.
Well,
but
I
I'm
need to
fine.
ask the city attorney if that,
Yes, so
because,
you would want the exemption for activities occurring outdoors on public property and that is generally open to the public.
Right.
To extend to between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. on both weekdays and weekends.
yes.
Now, that would still be subject to the general prohibition to the extent the noise affects a residential use.
Right.
So if that's the case, the amendment would be on page 10 of the proposed ordinance in B5A to strike the proposed addition and simply have it continue to read as it currently reads now between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m.
Great.
And that's in fact the amendment that Unite here proposed that we said we thought could be done
Okay.
easily.
I was fine with it. It's up to the seconder. If
Yes,
they'll accept
okay,
that.
so-
I've been fine with that.
Okay, so it's friendly to both the mover and the seconder. Do we have any more discussion?
I think we were saying that the whole time.
Good. Let's have a roll call vote, please. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So it's a motion by De La Torre, seconded by
Brock.
Oh,
And just so we're clear on the motion, it's to adopt the ordinance as proposed with the friendly amendment that on page 10, section B5A, it would simply read between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. without the addition that was originally contained in the proposed ordinance.
okay, so we all understand what the motion is, so let's have a roll call vote. Thank you for restating that for me.
We'll go ahead and get the motions in.
I've hit it. I've hit it several times.
It's not, oh,
I may be arrested.
yeah, it's not lighting up on mine either, so,
Okay, so the motion is by Councilmember Brock.
yeah, seconded by Councilmember De La Torre.
Okay, there you go.
There you go.
It's gone again. Oh, there you go. Okay, great. Roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And we even all got our yeses up. Great job, guys. We're getting good at this. Soon we're going to be back on Zoom again or whatever, right? Then we're going to. Okay, so Denise, could you please call the next item?
Okay, we have 7C, it's introduction and adoption of an ordinance setting fiscal year 2021 through 2022 tax rate for 2012 library general obligation bonds.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Dave Carr, Assistant City Treasurer. I'm pinch hitting for our Finance Director tonight. The item before you is one that we come to you with every year. It's to adopt an ordinance setting the fiscal year 21-22 tax rate for the city's 2012 general obligation bonds. These bonds were approved by voters in 1998 and issued in 2002 for construction of the main library. The bonds were refunded in 2012 to take advantage of lower interest rates at the time. The debt service on voter-approved general obligation bonds like this are paid for by a tax override on property tax bills. Each year, the City Council sets the tax rate to generate the necessary funds to pay the bond debt service based on the debt service amount as well as the changes in overall citywide assessed property values. The debt service for fiscal year 21-22 is about $1.1 million. We've calculated the recommended tax rate to cover this debt service to be 0.002376 per $100 of assessed valuation. This is a slight decrease from last fiscal year and equates to just under $24 on a property with an assessed value of $1 million. The associated revenues and expenditures included for this item are already included in the 21-22 adopted budget. And so no budget changes are necessary. And I will also point out that these bonds have a final maturity of July 1st, 2022, which means they will be covered by this year's tax rate. And that also means that this is the last year that this tax will be required. That concludes my report. I'm available for questions.
So, Mr. Carr,
Yes.
morphing former council member McEwen, right?
Right,
Are you telling me you are asking us to vote to save money on
Yes, we're lowering
taxes?
That's right, yes.
Right.
I remember that very well, yes.
Yes, right. Well, I couldn't let it go without that. So, and I didn't say it quite as well as he did. So, do we have any callers?
We do not. We have no.
Do we have any questions? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Maybe we should have a motion.
We need a motion.
Oh, a motion?
I move the recommended action.
And I
Moved by
second.
Davis, seconded by Para. Roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre? Yes. Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And may we move to the next item, please?
Mayor, you didn't, you didn't record your vote in the last one.
Oh, no.
I recorded on paper, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance to extend interim zoning regulations established by emergency interim zoning ordinance number 2674, authorizing temporary use of private outdoor space, temporary permitted uses for emergency shelters, public safety facilities, and drive-through facilities for COVID-19 testing and vaccination purposes, and flexibility in issuance of temporary use permits and alcohol beverage sales. And Tony, are you presenting?
Steve.
I'm sorry, Steve.
Yep.
There we go. There you go.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Steve Mizukami here from City Planning, as well as the Economic.
Steve, I need you to speak up a little. I'm sorry.
Okay. I can do it without the mask, right? So Steve Mizukami here from City Planning, as well as the Economic Recovery Team. The next item on the agenda is an extension of interim zoning ordinance 2674. As you recall, on June 8th, the council adopted this emergency IZO to extend the temporary use of private outdoor space for commercial activity, as well as extending certain zoning changes necessary to continue economic recovery efforts following the June 15th state reopening. At that time, at that same meeting, the council adopted emergency ordinance 2673, which authorized the continuation of the Santa Monica Outdoors program related to public streets as sidewalks, and also gave direction to initiate the Open Main Street pilot program. So while these provisions do not expire until June 30th, 2022, the subject IZO before you this evening will expire on August 7th as an interim ordinance under the zoning code, which is 60 days from its effective date of June 8th, unless extended by the City Council. Therefore, staff recommends that Council extend the IZO as is to allow the continued use of private outdoor space, and also including the zoning changes through June 30th, 2022 to basically align with the Santa Monica Outdoors program.
So do we have any callers? No callers. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Negrete.
Hi, I tried.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you still going?
I can continue.
Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Maybe you'll answer the question.
Yeah, maybe.
So just really quickly on the items
fall.
for this IZO.
which would allow the continued use of outdoor space by our local businesses to conduct outdoor dining, retail, fitness, personal services, and other permitted uses in commercial activities. And basically, these are on the surface parking lots or open space on private property. And this is, again, to help support businesses offset any pandemic-related indoor restrictions during the recovery period. This also supports businesses who are unable to have parklets in front of their locations on streets that don't qualify to accommodate parklets due to high traffic speeds. The extension of zoning and land use related changes include allowing public safety facilities and emergency shelters related to health and safety in all zoning districts, allowing drive-through facilities for COVID testing and vaccination sites. The temporary uses supportive of economic recovery and also consistent with social distancing efforts to be approved up to 6 months through an administrative temporary use permit, and also off-site alcohol sales for restaurants and retailers, which is consistent with the alcohol beverage control temporary relief measures. So just quickly for the recommendations, staff recommends that council introduce and adopt an emergency interim zoning ordinance extending emergency IZO 2674 for temporary outdoor use on private property, and also the zoning changes necessary for continued emergency response as well as economic recovery.
No?
That closes the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Remember that? This is a very old joke, right?
I had a question that I wanted to ask here. I did try to get some of this information beforehand, but I think it's important for other small business owners who do retail and aren't restaurants. I'm going to use my business as an example on Santa Monica Boulevard. You mentioned the high traffic areas. We've had a horribly difficult time in obtaining any of the outdoor use permits, inclusive of using the 2 parking meters. We've had to pay for them if we want to use them on 19th Street. So we've kind of given up because we weren't subject to receiving any of these barricades and whatnot to be able to perform some of our activities outside. And I'm just curious because what's written here doesn't address it, but maybe you could expand a little. But when you talk about rezoning and whatnot, I know there's a lot of efforts made, and I recognize that, so I'm not discounting that. I just want to make sure there's some clarification for others that don't have restaurants, but rather would like the opportunity to, A, sell retail items, right? We're talking about private, and then there's the public sidewalk use, and then there's the idea of having a barricade to be able to use parking spaces like the restaurants do, and also to perform, like in our case, if there's a music lesson that needs to be performed outside. Can you speak to that? Is it?
Sure. Yeah, so this, if we go back to June 8th, when council moved forward the Santa Monica Outdoors program, that also included both of our public realms, so it's our public streets and sidewalks, but it also included the private property use. And this is what's before you tonight. In terms of the public right-of-ways that had already been approved by the council on June 8th, that program is still moving forward through June 30th of 2022. This we had to parse out because the items that are related to this are under the zoning ordinance under Chapter 9. Under Chapter 9, the process is that it's good for 60 days until extended by the council. So what we are recommending is that this program be aligned with the program that the council had moved forward on the 8th, and that includes the public and the public right-of-way.
So just to be clear in layman's terms for me, to be clear on this, I realize we're focusing on this issue to move forward, right? But in terms of what I'm asking, this does not address that because you're saying it's already still moving forward. So if somebody like me who has a small business out there that is looking to move forward with having a parklet, given what's happening now, using the parking space, this is not impacting that. They can still do that. And you're just asking for us to move an item that's set to expire in 60 days.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
So this addresses the private properties, and this is commonly kind of like the surface parking lots that we're seeing on private property. But surely, yes, businesses can definitely apply for parklets and public right-of-way if it qualifies just in terms of the speed of the street. But otherwise, yeah, we do have applications that are available, and people can apply for those.
Which is specific to using public property. Just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
I fully support this, but I do have a question. Are we moving toward a permanent parklet ordinance so that I know we're going through interim now? Are we developing a permanent parklet program that will be available for any business that wants to use it? And I would suggest, I think San Francisco has a really convenient, very concise parklet program that I think you should look at. But are we moving toward that the next cycle?
Yeah, that's correct. So the intent of the pilot program moving forward in the next 12 months is really to give staff in our economic recovery team enough time to kind of assess, at least through this past year, but also this upcoming year of the recovery year. So what a permanent program might look like. So that's why it's under kind of the pilot setting. But we'll surely be, taking the information, gathering the data, and seeing how these are working. And then we start to kind of consider what a more permanent program might look like, and putting together kind of the regulations moving forward.
Because I know some cities have just announced that they're going to be permanent in programs. So I'd like us to follow suit with all informed due haste. Thank you.
Are you going to move this item?
I would be happy to move this item.
Moved by Councilmember Brock. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Seconded by Councilmember Negrete.
She's on it.
I beat her to the button, sorry.
I spoke for her, but she hit the button.
Sorry,
Just leave her up
robbed of
there.
another second. Huh? So Negrete, yes, thank you. So moved by Brock, seconded by Negrete. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes 7-0. Next item. Thank you.
Next, we have adoption of resolution authorizing issuance of water enterprise revenue bonds, Series 2021.
Okay,
Oh, no,
good
just
evening
wait for
again,
this and then-
Mayor and council members. Tonight, staff is recommending issuing a series of water enterprise revenue bonds to fund various water capital projects, primarily related to the city's sustainable water master plan. And to do this, we're asking you to adopt a resolution authorizing the city to issue up to $78 million in bonds. In March of this year, council directed staff to examine two different financing alternatives to pay for the remaining projects included in the Sustainable Water Master Plan that, of course, will help the city achieve its water self-sufficiency goals by the end of 2023. The two options were a federal loan through the EPA Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act program, also known as WIFIA. The other option was the issuance of revenue bonds, and staff was directed at the time to analyze the two options and report back to the council the determination of the most favorable option. In May, through an information item, staff reported that it had done the analysis and determined that the issuance of bonds is the preferable option for several reasons. Although the overall borrowing cost of the two options is very similar, there's several benefits to issuing the bonds, including the money we'd be able to get about 6 months sooner than with the WIFIA loan, at least, which allows certain projects to get started earlier. The bonds also allow greater flexibility and control over terms, timing, use of funds, and repayment structure. The bond option also provides greater cash flow stability, as the funds will be on hand versus having to spend the funds and then wait for reimbursements from the federal government. The bonds will also avoid some complex federal procurement and reporting requirements, which can be difficult and time-consuming for staff. The bonds we're asking you to authorize are water revenue bonds, which means all debt service is paid from revenues generated by the Water Enterprise Fund. The general fund has no obligation or liability for these bonds. Issuance of the bonds also will have no impact on current water rates and reduces the potential burden on future rates by spreading the repayment of the cost of these projects over the 30-year life of the bonds. I'll also add this is a very optimal time to issue bonds, as municipal interest bond rates are near all-time lows. I'm also pleased to report that we were just notified prior to the meeting that these bonds have been given the highest rating, AAA, by Standard & Poor's, which is a little unusual for an enterprise that's issuing its first series of bonds, but it's a testament to the overall management of the water enterprise and financial management of the city in general. In terms of the process for issuing the bonds, due to city restrictions on engaging certain financial institutions, a negotiated sale is being used with the underwriters selected through an RFQ process. This method is the best way to ensure the bond underwriter is in compliance with the city's banking services resolution, which sets out certain social responsibility guidelines. The underwriters selected were Morgan Stanley as the lead manager, and Siebert, William Shank, and Stiefel Nicholas and Company as co-managers for the sale. We anticipate pricing the bonds during the week of August 2nd and closing the deal the week of August 23rd. I know there was a question earlier regarding the cost of issuance and where they come from the budget. The actual cost of issuances of the bond are they're listed in the water revenue budget, but they actually are paid for out of the bond proceeds. The bond proceeds includes enough money to pay for all the cost of issuance.
Sorry, hold on.
No. He finishes his report and then he asks his questions, and he knows that.
I was just saying he's addressing your question from earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
And the last thing I'll point out is that the resolution that was posted in your packet has a slight error with the final maturity date of the bonds. The resolution in your packet listed the final maturity date of the bonds as July 1st, 2051. The actual final maturity date is August 1st, 2051. I think Mr. Cardona will handle that when you actually take the action.
The staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution, but with the modification on page 3, the last sentence of section 2, to read, following the comment on the last line, quote, shall not result in a plan, add plan, final.
His mic is off.
Sorry. So the staff recommendation is to adopt the resolution, but with a modification to the last 3 lines of section 2 on page 10, so that it reads, quote, shall not result in a planned, add the word planned, final maturity date of the bonds later than August, substitute August for July 1st, 2051, and shall not result in a true interest cost for the bonds in excess of 3.50%.
Wait, is this in the resolution?
Yes, this is in the resolution. I believe it's attachment A.
Oh, okay, that A, regular A, right? So, okay. I'm just trying to, because I see page 5, I don't see page 10. But maybe I'm missing, maybe I'm on the wrong, I'm looking at 8AA, right?
It's on, sorry, it's on page, sorry, I'm working off a small screen here.
It's page 3. It's on page 3, section 2.
Yes, it's on page 3.
Section 2 of the resolution.
The last 3 lines.
Right. And it should say August.
It should say shall not result in a planned final maturity date of the bonds later than August 1st, 2051.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to make.
Percentage was different, right? Was the percentage different?
No, the percentage was the same.
Everything is the same
3.5%.
other than July 1st becomes August 1st.
And we add the word planned before
Right.
final maturity date.
Right. Any questions? Any discussion? May I hear a motion, please? Thank you.
Make a motion to pass.
Moved by Negrete. Seconded by Brock.
Yeah, I'm faster on the button than everyone else, apparently.
Seconded by Davis.
Let me stop.
Can we clarify that it's as amended?
As amended?
I was going to say, let me check and see if we have callers.
Oh, that would be good. Sorry.
Esther, do we have any callers for this item?
No, it looks like a call's coming in right now, but it has not made it through. I don't know if that's 8, though.
And it may be for 8B.
It's being screened right now. Oh, Yes, we do have a caller for 8B.
Yeah, but we're on 8A.
Okay, so no then.
So may we
Yeah.
have a roll call vote on 8A?
But we had a little back and forth. I just want to clarify that the maker of the motion and the seconder were moving as with the modifications proposed by staff.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
It's just we've all developed this habit of all talking at the same time, which makes it hard for the
May we
clerk.
have a roll call vote, please?
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre. Yes. Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Potter.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, and that passes 7-0. And now, so you know what? I think that everybody on the dais may need, yes, to go to the
Yeah,
restroom.
5-minute break.
And I think,
Do we wanna-
but truly 5 minutes. Everybody needs to come right back.
Take a
We never
recess.
do this, but. Well, with the masks and stuff, right? Whenever I'm wearing a mask, I feel like I can't see.
That's it. I just had direction. I had to come back. Yes.
Whatever it was at work. Whatever it was at work.
Yes, so that's fine. And
Oh, look,
now
it's
we'll
8:00,
see if we get sued.
2 hours. Oh, on the noise ordinance?
Yeah.
Are you really concerned?
No.
I mean, it's not so different.
No, it's not that much different. And
First, let me have the clicker while I'm over here. Oh, no, it's okay. Make sure to get an extra just in case.
Okay, so thank you all for indulging us. And thank you for indulging us for that short break. I think everybody is now ready to bear down and finish the night. So may we have the next item, please?
The next item is 8B, approval of employment agreement with David White for service as city manager. And I don't believe we have any, we do have one caller on this one.
Yes, they said we had a caller. Go ahead.
So I will be doing a very short staff report. As council is aware, on July 22nd, 2021, council voted to appoint David White to serve as city manager beginning effective October 11th, 2021. An employment agreement has been negotiated with Mr. White for his service as city manager, and a copy of the agreement was attached to the agenda as Exhibit A to this item. The employment agreement that was attached sets out the full terms of the compensation and benefits to be provided to Mr. White. I will provide a summary here in accordance with state law. So in summary A, the city will pay Mr. White an annual salary of $340,000. B, the city will reimburse Mr. White for moving and relocation expenses as set forth in detail in the agreement. C, the city will provide Mr. White with up to 7 months of temporary rental assistance at the rate of $3,000 per month for a maximum of $21,000, as well as use of a city car while Mr. White transitions to permanent residence in Santa Monica. D, the city will make available to Mr. White a home loan not to exceed $1.5 million on terms set out in the employment agreement. E, Mr. White will receive CalPERS retirement benefits as determined by CalPERS. F, Mr. White will receive other benefits in accordance with the executive pay plan, subject to any modifications set out in the employment agreement, and a copy of the executive pay plan is in fact attached to the agreement that was attached to the agenda. And G, Mr. White will be entitled to 9 months of severance pay should his employment be terminated by the City Council under conditions specified in the employment agreement. So that's a summary of the compensation and benefits that will be provided to Mr. White under the employment agreement. The recommended action by staff is that Council 1 approve the employment agreement with David White for his service as city manager beginning effective October 11th, 2021. And 2, that the council authorize the mayor to sign the employment agreement on behalf of the city.
Any questions? Councilmember Brock. Do you want to wait for the caller, or would you like to ask? So let's hear from the caller, please, and then we will ask questions. Thank you.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. On your choice is David White as our upcoming city manager. After finding comments about his last city manager position in Fairfield, please allow me to give you a couple of examples, such as David White leaving Fairfield is perhaps one of the best things to happen to the city in a very, very long time. His personal policies and opinions and hapless direction he has given our city council has exasperated our homeless problem. And his cunning and expert movement of city funds from and to many accounts has been able to have the city pay for many pet projects that have been wasteful and costly to the taxpayers of the city, to the point where we needed to pass special taxes to keep the city afloat. Sound familiar? Or what about what has happened to Fairfield is so sad. This is how lack of and no city management runs the city. Visions of things to come under David White, your choice for city manager. And for him to come help you conspire against the residents is going to cost the residents at least $450,000 a year with benefits. We're obviously past the little bit of financial restraint you had to show during the pandemic. I mean, after removing 5 sworn officers for city staff speaks volumes. Does he know he's coming to manage the wild, wild west, which overspends on special interests? Wait, he does that too, to the financial detriment of the residents, just like you. And as to the new city manager's plan, please tell me why he doesn't have to live within the city during all of his employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Do we have any more callers?
No more callers.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
I have one question, and this could be either for our city manager, our interim city manager, or our interim city attorney. My question is this pay scale agreement commensurate with other cities of our size in California?
Very much so, yes, it does.
Okay, that was my question.
Any discussion? How about a motion?
I move that we approve the contract and authorize the mayor to sign it.
Moved by Davis, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously. And we move on to our 13 items, and confusing as it may be, right? I guess we,
Disability Commission is the first one.
well, we have, yeah, so, Madam Clerk, you are going to guide me through this, I hope, right?
Yes, okay. So the first one that you guys are going to is the Disabilities Commission. And they have 3 seats that are up for terms ending June 30th, 2024. And then they have 3 that are ending June 30th, 2025. So they have 6 applicants. Right, 7, 6. They have 6 applicants.
3 openings, right?
6 openings, right, 6 applicants, 6 openings.
Oh, wait, so we have, wait, so I'm looking.
So, here's the, I was gonna say, this is a summary. There are 3 that are up for the annual appointment. Only 1 person applied who's current. So there's only Nancy Ellis is the incumbent. She's the only one who applied. There are 4 vacant seats that became vacant over the past year. So we have the 6 seats that are up for the annual appointment, and then later down, I think in 13F or 13G is the vacant seat.
Can I ask a question?
Can I ask?
We have 6
So
seats
we have
and
7
6
total
applicants.
seats?
Not for disabilities.
For disabilities, we have
6 applicants.
Okay, that's what I
6.
thought.
But if there's 6 applicants and there's 6 spots,
But it's for different terms, so we have to.
Oh.
we have
Right, so it's 3 and 3.
2024 and 3 until 2025, so we just need to pick the order and agree on that.
Well, what I'd like to do is maybe start out, I move that we reappoint the incumbent, Nancy Link Ellis, and get that out of the way? Yeah.
We can't even do acclamation, so we need to probably not, okay, so we should, the more we can do at one time, the less votes we're taking. So,
Do you want to start off with that one?
yes.
Okay.
So, but we can't do it by acclamation?
The city attorney is
No,
saying no.
it needs to be a roll call vote because of the fact that we're conducting a virtual meeting.
Okay.
Okay, let me go, look, let me get through this.
So can I ask, before we take the final vote, how about if we do it this way? Before we take the final vote, so for instance, Councilmember Davis just proposed that we re-up Nancy Link Ellis. And if I say no objection and we add it to the list, and then we can do them all cumulatively at the end?
Well, we need to do 3 and 3.
Okay,
Remember,
so-
there's 3 that expire in 2024, and then there's 3 that expire in 2025.
And we want Nancy.
So do you want Nancy on the short or the long term?
Well, her normal term would be over in 2024.
24.
Yeah, so we should put her on the normal term, right? Wait, but why would you have people expiring in 2025? That's 5 years.
Because we're in 2021 now. It's 4 years. We didn't.
Got it. Okay, I'm sorry.
So we'd like Nancy to expire in,
So Nancy her term is set to expire in 2024.
Yes, so any other suggestions for expiration in 2024?
There you go.
So I suggest Nazreen Azaria and Matthew Sussman for the other 2 for 2024.
Sounds good.
Okay, and then the remaining 3, Karen Block, Carolyn Charles, and Evan Nicholas, will be for 2025. Let's take a roll call vote.
Are we voting on both, and then we're voting on the whole
Everybody.
slate? Okay.
So we're doing, yeah, so Azaria, Ellis, and Sussman would have terms in 2024. Nicholas, Charles, and Block would have 2025.
That's correct.
Okay, let me call the roll. Just say yes or no. Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Brock.
yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes. And so congratulations, Ms. Azaria, Ms. Block, Ms. Charles, Ms. Link Ellis, and Mr. Nicholas and Messrs. Nicholas and Sussman. You are all now members of the Disabilities Commission.
So next we have the Landmarks Commission, and there are 2 appointments that expire in 2025. We have Amy Green, who is the incumbent, and then we have Gloria Garvin, who is currently serving on the Urban Forest Task Force. So if she were to get appointed to the Landmarks Commission, she would have to resign from the Urban Forest Task Force.
And we have 2 openings on landmarks, is that correct?
We do have 2.
Don't we have a third application, though?
We have, I'm sorry, Patty McCauley is the 3rd. Oh, and by the way, I just got a text. Gloria's term is up on the Urban Forest Task Force.
Everybody, don't they all expire on a,
All
yeah.
9 of them do, yeah.
Councilmember Brock.
I move Garvin and Green.
Any other?
Any others?
I second.
Any other
Need a second?
nominations?
No, we don't second on
We
these.
don't, we just do.
Throw the
yeah.
names out and we vote
We
yes
just
or no.
hear the names, and does anyone want to put Mr. McCauley in the mix? Okay, let's have a roll call vote on Garvin and Green.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0.
Next, we have the Planning Commission. There is one seat available. It expires 6/30/2025. We have one incumbent, Elisa Pastor, who is on the list. And then we also have a Yok Noi Lo. I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name correctly, currently serves on the Building Fire Life Safety Commission and is not a resident.
I nominate Pastor.
So do we all nominate?
Any other nominations?
Let's have a roll call.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, that passes 7-0.
And next we have the social services. And so there's 2 seats that term in 2024, June 2024, and then we have 2 that in June 2025. Am I saying that right? Yes.
And this isn't even replacing Nancy Coleman, right, who
No.
just submitted a resignation, so we haven't put her out there yet.
And
We
so-
have yet another opening on the social services. To everybody who's interested in this, please apply.
And so
Thank
let
you.
me check, hold on a second, because there was something with social services.
Yeah, and Matthew Sussman, we've just appointed, so he's off this list, by the way.
Okay, so they have, they have 9, so we have a second one for social services, by the way.
Yeah, we have 2.
We have 2, right? We have 2 spots.
Right, so we have, so we have the
We have 4
annual-
spots or 2 spots,
We
Denise?
have, it's 5, I believe. It's 5, yeah.
We have 4 as of today.
And then we have,
He was an incumbent. Oh, no, he's not an incumbent.
No, he's not. We just elected him to the Disabilities Commission, Mr. Sussman.
So Sussman is off. Okay, so this is my notes. So there's 9 members total. There are 3 that are up for annual appointments. 2 of the members reapplied, and then there's 2 vacant seats. So there's a total of 5 seats. Well, now, I guess now 6.
So we're taking up Nancy's before we.
No.
No, we can't.
No. We already have, no.
So let's take the 2 who,
3, so there's 3 appointments, and there's 2 members that are current members that reapplied. So that is Kay and Brian. Those are the 2 who are incumbents.
and they would then expire in 2025, is that correct?
That is, yes, well, no, Ambrose expires 2024, and Brian expires 2025.
Brian Stead-Stroud.
Okay.
And then we need how many more after that?
3, we need 2 more, so we'll need 1 more for the annual appointment, and then we'll still have another the vacancy,
Later,
which is 2022, right?
Yeah, okay, so
Madam Clerk, the agenda lists 4 vacancies under the annual appointments.
Yeah.
There's 4.
That's correct. Oh,
well, so I see,
okay.
I see 2
I'm sorry,
for
I'm reading
2024.
notes, I'm reading notes from my staff.
Oh, okay.
So,
It's on
okay,
s-
so it's 2 for 2022, I'm sorry, 2 for 2024, 2 for 2025.
And the 2 for, so the Santa Monica resident applies to both categories, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so for the 2024,
So remember, Kay's new term would expire 2024.
yes, so for the 2024, we have an incumbent, Kay Ambrose. Is there a second nomination for 2024?
No, he's
2025.
I nominate Ellen Sloan.
Okay.
Um,
Kay and,
Yeah, so Ellen and Kay for 2024.
okay.
Sounds like a presidential ticket.
And 2025 will be Brian,
Tamara?
Tamara? Anybody?
For
Who said
2025? Are we looking at social services?
Only 3 remaining options are Tamara, Marie,
Right.
and Ellen.
And Ellen.
Oh, sorry, and we just did Ellen.
we just did Ellen, so
Only
it's,
Tamara and Marie.
So it's Brian and Tamara or Brian and Marie?
I nominate Tamara,
Okay.
okay, so,
along with Brian. I mean,
okay, so what we're voting on is Kay and Ellen for terms that expire in 2024, and Brian and Tamara, who expire in 2025. So shall we, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich.
Yes.
Okay, so now we go to 13F, which is one unscheduled vacancy for the disability, and this is for a term ending June 30th, 2022. So let me get back to the disabilities and see who do we have left.
We don't have anyone.
Okay, so then we already did this. They're good with them. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
now for
we-
social services, we'll have to go back out. We'll have to go back out.
Yes, we will have to go back out.
Okay, and then for for 13G, it's one unscheduled vacancy for social services for.
Same thing, we're going to have to go back out.
Well, no, we still have, there's Marie.
Oh, good. Okay,
There's
so,
Marie.
okay, let's take a roll call on Marie for the 13G.
Okay, Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, and so welcome Kay, Tamara, Marie, Ellen, and Brian. You are all now members of the Social Services Committee, and congratulations.
Okay, so now we're going to go to 13I. Yes, okay. 13I is request of Mayor Himmerich that the council designate one representative to serve as a director on the board of Clean Power Alliance. The Joint Powers Authority requires each party of the governing body to appoint and designate in writing one regular director who shall be authorized to act on behalf of the party on matters within the powers of the authority. The person appointed and designated as the director shall be elected or appointed or an appointed member of the governing body of the party. And this is you, Mayor.
I nominate Councilmember Davis.
I second.
Yeah. That was easy.
Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, so congratulations, Councilmember Davis. You are now a director of the Board of Clean Power Alliance.
So next we go to request of Mayor Himmerich again to appoint a council member as a governing board representative to the West Side City Council of Governors, COG, and designate an alternate governing board representative. The Joint Powers Authority and bylaws require each city council to designate one of the council members as the governing board representative and one council member as the alternate governing board representative. Mayor?
Just make a statement, since I am currently the alternate, since I'll be undertaking the work for the Clean Power Alliance, I think it makes sense for someone else to serve as the alternate on the West Side Council of Governments. It's meeting every couple of months, and once they start meeting in person, you get a chance to see the West Side because we alternate locations.
So having solicited everybody, I am volunteering to be the representative to the West Side COG, because just what I need one more thing, right? So I'm looking for a volunteer for an alternate. Okay, great. Councilmember Brock, and let's take a vote. You guys duke it out. No, I don't.
So is it
You
Councilmember
put your
Brock?
hand down, Oscar. I mean, because let me just say that I am currently on the legislative committee of the League of Cities, and so I think somebody else should take that job. We have to apply, but we can. I had to submit a letter applying, but so does that work for you? Okay. spreading the wealth. Okay. So on the COG, sticking just with the COG for the moment, so that would be me and Phil as my alternate. And let's take a roll call.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously.
Okay, so next we have 13K, which is recommendation to accept Nancy Coleman's resignation from the Social Services Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Yeah, and I move this with great regrets. Accepting this
second, or we-
resignation. We actually don't have seconds.
Okay,
on
we're
this,
just voting.
but, she's been great, and I really personally want to thank her because she's been incredibly active on this commission and has kept me personally very well informed about what's going on. So that was very much appreciated.
Is there a second on this?
Yes. So thank you, Nancy. I am always grateful for your service. And can we do this by acclamation, George? Roll call vote.
I need a second.
So there's a second. I second.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we didn't need a second for this. Okay.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And now we're on an item where I am going to recuse because the nepotism policy is something that I can't discuss, but I do want to discuss other aspects of this. So I'm going to recuse and step out of the room. And if somebody could text me when you're done discussing the nepotism policy, then I will come back in.
I think we were going to take it all as one vote, but so we need to separate them.
I think we should, so that the mayor can participate in the other conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we would need to have both discussion and take a vote on the direction with respect to the nepotism policy, and then come back for discussion and consideration of the other portions.
Okay, Mayor.
Okay, so the we began meeting as the boards and commission ad hoc, and our first goal was to take up some of the concerns that we'd been attempting to address for some time and that had been raised. We'll deal with consolidation of boards and some of the other issues in the future. I can't talk about those today, right?
No.
Right.
It's not on the agenda. And just
but-
let you know, we do have a caller. For that.
Oh, great. Okay, so so in the caller, I'm guessing though probably wants to address all of them or just the nepotism, because right now we're just doing nepotism. I don't. Okay, and then Mayor Himmelrich will just have missed the caller's input. Okay, got it.
Esther, can you transfer in that call?
Welcome, Denise Thornton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. May I begin by asking what makes July 27th, 2021 any different than February 13th, 2011? Because that was when in Agenda Item 4D you eliminated City Council liaisons from boards and commissions. So please do tell me what is different now. Or are we going on George Cardona's opinion? Like when he said Gleam Davis didn't have a conflict of interest with her husband working for a Dell company in relation to the Miramar Development Agreement and the Downtown Specific Plan. Then, on the subject of nepotism, I personally think you should go further. Remember when Anna Hara was a council member? Didn't 4 of her children work for the city at one time during her time on the council? And weren't 2 still employed with the city upon her departure from the city council? So I think the part on nepotism should include employment with the city, because for decades I've heard the city's hiring practice mainly includes family and friends, although that would explain the subpar service from the city. Just like my recent conversation with Tiffany Lynn, who argued with me for a majority of the call that the ARB didn't need notification, as well as not even knowing the address. She just wanted to say that the state allowed solar panels at that height with total disregard to the residential units next door. Or David Martin, who via phone told me the wall of wood be removed on June 30th, 2021. Yet it wasn't removed until the next week. And then they've put more smaller boards up since then, again blocking airflow to the residential units, while having the proper open guard railing at the front and the back of the site at 1314 2nd Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
I have a question. Is there a way when Ms. Barton calls again that we can increase the volume on her calls? Because right now it's really difficult to hear Ms. Barton.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
It doesn't on our side. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Are there
Thank
any
you.
other callers?
Esther, was
No more callers for this item.
Okay, thanks. So we'll start with, we decided to add, develop a nepotism policy targeted specifically at close family members of sitting city council members. This is in line with similar, we wanted to address general transparency in government by limiting lobbyists and others potentially down the road. And in that vein, we've heard from residents for a while that it might be wise to take up a nepotism policy. We talked about this a bit, and we concluded in the ad hoc that this was the appropriate time. I'm assuming there are thoughts and discussion on this, so. And do any of the other members of the ad hoc want to? No. Go ahead, Christine. Councilmember Parr, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So assuming that we do move, a policy like this forward, when would it take place? I mean, would it mean, for obvious reasons, we have people on commissions now. So would it be once their term is over, or would it take effect immediately? And that would mean that people would have to resign from their current positions, or just trying to understand how that's going to affect sitting, current commissioners.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so we discussed that in the ad hoc because we believe there is a appearance. It's not saying that anyone's acted inappropriately, but it does raise an appearance of impropriety that they would be, if there was a close family member who currently served on a board or commission, they would have to resign. Similarly, some people may remember there was a state law passed, or an interpretation of a state law, for example, that any architect who did business in the city could not serve on planning commissions or architectural review boards. And when that was passed, we had 2 architects who actually did work in the city on planning commission, and they had to resign immediately. Subsequently, that law was changed, so architects can come back on. But the point being that if this is a policy, then we should enact it immediately. If that we want to enact, then we should enact it immediately and not wait for people's terms to expire.
Councilmember Brock.
And to answer Councilmember Parra, I did suggest an amendment suggesting that if they were on a current commission, they'd be allowed to finish their term, but not be allowed to serve an additional term. That did not meet with favor from the other ad hoc committee members. So that's where we are.
And I'll just say, I think that we either believe in a nepotism policy or we don't, was sort of where I was coming from in my disagreement with Councilmember Brock on that suggestion. And again, this has nothing to do with anyone, currently serving. It's just, we either believe that it's, potential conflict, or at least perceived conflict. And we're just trying to remedy that. Interim City Attorney Cardona, you looked like you were going to say something at some point.
No, I was going to ask you if you had direction as to when it should take effect, and you've now answered that.
Okay, great.
No, I'd like to move.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I want to hear the Councilmember Davis.
Oh, I was just going to move that we direct staff to develop a nepotism policy that effectively states that a person cannot serve on a city board or commission or task force if that person is a close family member, which is a spouse, partner, sibling, children, or parent of a sitting council member.
With direction that that be effective immediately upon its adoption.
Yes.
Second. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, second.
Oh, you want a second? Okay, second by Councilmember De La Torre. Did you have any other comments?
No, I just, I think it's an appropriate policy. I just also want to just state my own personal opinion that it seems like there's only one person, a current commissioner that's affected by this policy change, right? Is that true?
I don't really know all of the familial ties of all of our commissioners. I know that there is one that sent us a letter today, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just want to, just for the record, state that Mr. Soloff was appointed before Miss Councilwoman Hemmerich was elected, and I just want to say that he has done an excellent job. I think that he's been an excellent commissioner for our city. So I just want to state that for the record, and that's it.
Thank you, and I don't think anyone would disagree with that statement. Councilmember Brock.
When does his term expire, if I could ask Denise?
I think he was originally appointed in 2014, I think.
2013 or 14.
So I think that would make his term up in 2022, next year.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
I will ask for an amendment that if that people who are serving a term be allowed to finish their term, but not be allowed to apply again.
No, that's not friendly. As I think both Mayor Pro Tem McCowan and I stated, that if we believe it's inappropriate for a close family member to serve on a board or commission, then we should enact that immediately.
Councilmember Negrete.
I just want to say that if we're speaking about maintaining the integrity of the process of being policymakers and protecting ourselves as council members in an effort to protect the integrity of this process, I agree that if we're going to say something, we do it, because then we're making an exception and saying we believe this, but we don't believe it until next year. So obviously decisions could be made and then people could be put in precarious situations, and it's actually in protection of our fellow council members to act with the utmost integrity whenever possible.
Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that current commissioners' terms expire at the end of their current term and they not be allowed to apply again. So the nepotism rule would apply to them at the expiration of their current term.
Is there a second? Hearing none, the original motion remains. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes, motion passes. And if someone can let Mayor Himmelrich know that she can come back in. I'm not sure.
I was going to say, where did she go? Yes. I'm like, is she close?
So with nepotism off the floor, what we have left with is chair terms and I know we have
liaisons. So
liaisons, but I'm looking for the.
Well, I can just explain sort of how we ended up with these two on our list for now. So chair terms have come up quite a bit recently, and we believed so as to not obligate a commissioner to have to serve as chair should they not want to serve as chair. We are, going to limit chair terms, similar to how council now has term limits, to no more than 2 years, but they will rotate by election. So no one is automatically forced to serve as chair if that's not what they so desire. And then with regard to council liaisons, our understanding of some of the challenges to council liaisons in the past and what we attempted to remedy with this recommendation, should the council adopt it, is that council members may serve as liaisons to commissions, but it would be limited to a maximum of 2 commissions per year. Your meeting attendance is not required. You would be serving more as an advisor. Particularly during COVID staff restructuring, we believe that this also serves as a resource to commissioners and reduces strain on city staff while we're currently still at a reduced staffing capacity. And I'll stop there and let my other ad hoc members chime in. Councilmember Brock.
I was to say I support both of these measures, and I'd like to move to adopt them.
Well, wait, before we go there, I have actually other suggestions.
Well, you could make amendments right now.
Okay, but Oscar?
Yeah, same thing, so I'd like to hear yours and I'd like to speak.
So my suggestion is, and I think I've talked about this before.
Did we get a second? Yeah. That's all I was
Yeah,
asking.
so
Okay.
moved by
Brock and
Brock,
seconded by Davis.
So I've been watching a lot of council meetings over the last few months, and I've seen that most councils actually allow or have methods for boards and commissions where each council member selects or appoints a commissioner, and you know, I have, at first I questioned it, but I see that this allows the boards and commissions to reflect the composition of the city council. That's number one. But the more important thing is, I think that if we were tasked with finding a worthy representative on these boards and commissions, that we might actually have more people who are more qualified than if we just ask people to apply. So,
I'll just say, like, I think those are good suggestions and things that we'll probably take up in the ad hoc, but I don't know if they're necessarily what we recognize that this is not solving all of the problems, and we intend to continue to meet to take up other issues. One of those being, you know, how the appointment process works and consolidation of commissions and boards, et cetera. I think for the purposes of today, though, we wanted to start with chair terms, the nepotism policy, and council liaisons, and then take up some of the other stuff in the future. But I recognize that you can't really talk to us about that outside of this dais because we're a Brown Act group. So, George, I don't know the best way to handle that.
Yeah, I mean, for Brown Act purposes, this 13 item was worded fairly broadly to come back with updates to the board's commission task force procedure to add new policies, although I note now that it is limited to these 3 items. So I think that under the Brown Act, we should limit our discussion tonight to these 3 items, since that's all that was put on the agenda. If the ad hoc committee wants to put on an item on a future agenda to open up a broader discussion amongst council members on the dais as to additional recommendations, that would probably be the way to do it. And then those additional recommendations could be discussed by the council as a whole as a part of that item.
Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, that sounds fine. I was also going to say, I mean, although we exist as an ad hoc and that limits our Brown Act, we could, without violating the Brown Act, take input from our colleagues, could we not, without responding to it? So, for example, if Mayor Himmelrich wanted to send us something that says, I have this idea, would that violate the Brown Act?
Potentially, yes.
Oh,
because
okay.
Mayor
Well,
Himmelrich would then be discussing with 3 other council members her views.
That's why I'm saying it here.
Which I totally
And so my suggestion would be that if the ad hoc committee wants to go back and discuss other items, and then perhaps the next time this agenda is on, put it on for a general discussion amongst council to solicit other suggestions from other
Yeah.
council members as to potential modifications to boards and commissions.
Our next meeting, I think, is scheduled for August 16th. So we can definitely ensure that this is agendized for the August 24th meeting. Yes. I think it's on my brother's birthday. And then we'll make sure it's more broad, that any additional recommendations we have will also put in language that allows for further discussion.
Can I ask a question as to the first recommendation regarding chairs, just so I get an understanding? Because the procedural changes that were adopted by the council as part of the resolution that was adopted on June 8th included officers shall serve no more than 2 consecutive years as chair or vice chair in order to promote diversity and provide a leadership opportunity for more members of the community. How does this differ from that?
Because we added the rotating by election, I think that was the only substantive change or qualification in this recommendation. So that, again, people wouldn't feel burdened to have to serve as chair if they don't want to. We completely support the more equitable boards and the goals of what we passed on June 8th, but this was to ensure that only people who actually wanted to serve as chairs.
So that I understand and can come back with what you want. So it would be someone gets elected to be the chair, it's for 2 years maximum. Then someone else would have to be elected. And then what happens after that person? So someone serves 2 years, then someone else is elected. Then is the first person eligible to be reelected again?
We didn't we limited them to 2 years maximum, but I don't know that we're limiting their total. Well, I guess that does limit their total service as chair to 2 years, because.
So in 2 terms then, right? They could serve 2 years over 2 terms?
Yeah.
That's what the intent is.
That was.
Yeah.
I think the intent was to provide greater opportunities for leadership. So if you told someone they could have 2 years on, 2 years off, and then they come back again, what you're doing is making it more difficult for someone else on the commission to be. So the idea was to open up leadership opportunities.
Got it.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, yes. So Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I want to make sure also that that we in terms of the recommendations that we look at diversity and equity and inclusion as principles in terms of how we diversify our appointees so that we can have just various perspectives, life experiences and these these leadership roles so that we can better respond to the needs of our diverse residents. And one of the things that I think would be important is to look at outreach. How are we outreaching to people in terms of cultural relevance with that outreach? Maybe also make the application process more user-friendly so that people can apply easier. Maybe a web portal or something that can do that. And then, of course, language and appropriateness of the language so that we can expand, the appointees, that we're making to the various, commissions and boards.
Councilmember De La Torre, not to cut you off, but just in keeping with kind of the narrow scope for tonight, we'll ensure that when we come back at the end of August that we broaden the scope so we can have this discussion. But what I will say is that given what council passed in June, we're taking all of that into account, and the goal is to come up with some additional recommendations to assist staff in that outreach. And I know specifically with regard to the language justice piece, I believe we just had that contract. We just finished the RFP for the contract for the language software that will allow translation, because that was something we had as a 13 item previously. But so I want to sort of stay in the scope, but yes, all of that is stuff that we went through in our first meeting. And I think our goal is to brief the full council at, every council meeting as necessary as we continue to work through this process, I think in an effort to conclude by the fall. So.
And a question, do we currently collect data in terms of the demographic profile of the appointees that are currently, let's say for tonight, we've appointed everyone. I'm not sure if we're collecting data on sort of the race, ethnicity, gender, age, for example.
That would be a question for the clerk as to whether we collect demographic information with respect to applicants and appointees for the various commissions.
We have some of that on the application, but Councilmember De La Torre, you asked us when we do the annual appointments that's information that you would like to have provided. So that's something that my office will have to include on the applications.
Yes, that would be great, just to get an inventory, because I don't think.
I mean, as much as legally we can.
Yeah, whatever is legal, because we want to know sort of an assessment of where we're at. If we, for example, everyone we've appointed is over the age of 50, for example, that'd be important for us to know. Or if it's all, men, for example, on, one commission, it'd be important for us to gather that data.
We'll work with the clerk on how to do that within legal constraints, because remember that information can't be considered in assessing whether to appoint.
Yeah, correct. And we're not, it's just for collection of the data, not to make, not to assess the future appointments, but like the past appointments, to collect the data so that we know, so the council then is informed where the gaps are, where are we missing sort of life experiences. We want to have a government that represents, that can respond appropriately to the needs of the people. We need people that can speak, from that perspective. I just want to recommend that we look at the city of San Diego. So the mayor's office in the city of San Diego has done an excellent job in this area. And I was surprised to see that even like on the police commission, they have something very similar to our police commission. But they even have like they say, for example, Native American, Latino, African American, Asian. I don't know if that's legal or not. They might be violating the law. And they're not, and they're not, it was just interesting to me that they're able to say, we're looking specifically for this person in that area. Now, it was only for the police commission. It was not for all the other commissions and appointments. But I think it's important for us to look into the mayor's appointment process in the city of San Diego, because I think they have a model that we might be able to learn from.
So,
okay, so we have a motion, as I understand it, before us to, I'm sorry.
With respect to the council liaisons, it is on, sorry, I'll try and speak closer. So with respect to the council liaisons, I understand the direction. I just want to advise the council that there is the potential that we will return with a recommendation that for certain commissions, the bulk of whose work falls within the quasi-adjudicatory role, we may suggest that there be no council liaison to those commissions. But we'll return with a recommendation one way or the other.
Yeah, and I apologize we didn't mention it, but yes, that was in our recommendation as well.
So we have a motion by Brock, seconded by Davis, is that right?
Yes.
Whatever, to accept the committee's recommendations. May we have a roll call vote?
Okay. Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, and I keep pushing it even, it worked. That passes, and we will see you all again in August with Christian, you need to vote. You didn't push your yes.
Oh.
We're back into yes and no, right, yeah, so that passes, and we'll see you again on August 24th with follow-up on.
Oh, sorry.
No, with follow-up on the suggestions made, on the ad hoc, we'll come back on the 24th with follow-up on the suggestions by Councilmember De La Torre and me. And now, next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Next item is 13M, request of Mayor Himmelrich, right? Yeah, okay. Request of Mayor Himmelrich that the council approve allocation of discretionary funds up to $25,000 to fund the mailing and/or delivery to landlords and tenants in Santa Monica with notification of the requirements and obligations set forth in AB 832 as enacted in 2021 for rent assistance and eviction protection. Let me see if we have any callers on this. Mayor.
Yes, so as everybody knows, I think, and as we talked about the last meeting, this is a new bill by the legislature that basically supplants all of the other bills relating to post-pandemic rent assistance and eviction protections. There's a lot of information in it. It's long, it's complicated. I think our Consumer Rights Division, and our city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, has already been meeting concerning this. And
they've been working with rent control and other bodies to try and get information out to as many people as possible, so that as many people as possible can apply for and take advantage of the rental assistance money that is out there and available.
And there's a lot of advice involved in this because a lot of people just don't even know where to start. So the mailing function of it, the delivery function of it, is going to take money, and the suggestion came that we request up to $25,000 from council discretionary funds. Although, should we get money from other sources, we will need less money from council discretionary funds. Yes, Councilmember McCowen.
I totally support this, but I just want to double check how much we have left in council discretionary, because I know we used a fair chunk of it in our budget, our final budget meeting.
We'll go ahead and provide you information. I believe you are correct, not much left.
Okay. So I just wanted to.
Would it be possible, whenever one of these 13 items, and by the way, I totally support this as well, but that whenever a 13 item comes up, one part of it is to say what the total is, so, because that may help us evaluate other ones where there might be some issue, because we're only in July, we're in the first month of the budget, and I think we're pretty much through the discretionary fund.
Yes.
But I think we did leave some room for this, because you made specific provision
we
for
for
that.
sure have 25,000. I just, a lot of the time, we're in July and we still have like 100.
Well, or even more, because we carried over from the year before.
But I think it's pretty low already.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, and Yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
The rent control board doesn't have any funding to supplement this or match, or like a matching, like we put half, they put the other half?
This is not a rent control issue. This is an eviction issue. Rent control is different and very targeted. Yes.
Have we explored utilizing, I'm looking at you because you're sort of like the staff representative, social media, even when we're in closed session, using that blank screen that sits there with this type of information can be up, right, when people tune in. I know that might be like a city TV question, but just, are we utilizing other efforts that might not cost, in terms of mailing? I totally agree and support this. It needs to be mailed and get to people, but I also think, and I could be wrong, but that we underutilize the possibility of like Instagram and Facebook or other modes.
No, I think they are working with the communications staff to put this out on our website, over social media, the city's social media platforms as well. So there have been efforts to do that. The concept behind the mailing and the door hangers is that we have a number of both older
Right. I agree.
And potentially language issues. That
totally. I'm not discounting.
These things would buttress that, but there have been efforts on the other fronts as well.
And what about utilizing the local newspapers and posting this information?
Yes, so among other things, there have been a number of articles written for some of the local newspapers which have published them to publicize the provisions of the law and what is available. So that has been done as well, and it'll continue to be done.
Okay.
And we received a suggestion from a member of the public that I thought was a good one, that encourages people to apply for the wait list if they're rent burdened. So,
doesn't that just happen naturally? They get put on.
No, that you have to apply. So, I think as part of the messaging, we should talk about that aspect of it as well. So that was a good idea, and of course we should use Seascape as well. Right, everything. But the other thing that I think, and in fact, Councilmember Negrete and I were talking about this very late one night, is I think we should be also doing sort of information items on city TV. I think we aren't using it the way we should, and I think we should be directing people to certain targeted, whether it's a scroll or I know that we've done the housing, we do housing seminars for residents, and maybe the next one we could film. Something like that, and just loop it. So I think we need to notify people any way that we might reach them. The other idea I had was because one of the rent board commissioners is on the board of Meals on Wheels, that we could include with our local food providers as we do food, both in the schools and to seniors. We can include with the meals information, sort of information packets about what they should be doing. Yes.
Do you want this to be amended to read fund the mailing? Mailing and or delivery.
Yeah.
So
in any way
delivery,
possible.
you mean like potentially the flat flyers in the meals?
Yes.
Okay.
Or just give them to Meals on Wheels, and they can, they would do that. We have all sorts of social service providers throughout the city, but those who are contacting the people who might need this information would undoubtedly be willing to deliver it to the people that they're delivering services to. So that was my idea, that we just make it available and encourage them to use it. So there we go. So any more discussion other than mine? Okay, great. I'm going to move item 13M.
Second.
May we have a roll call vote?
Let's do it on here. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And we're on to the next item.
Mayor, before you go to the next item, we checked on the dollar amounts for the contingency fund. You had the 63 with the 25 gone. The remaining amount would be 38.
So let's make this no more then, right? Let's look for those matching funds.
We will look at some housing funds, yes.
Great, thank you very much. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have designation of voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Business Meeting to be held September 22nd through the 24th in Sacramento, California.
So are you going to let me just say that although probably Councilmember Davis has been watching this happen more years than I have, but we do this every year. And the great thing is so many of you are new, so I'm guessing you want to go, right? So, I think that, so the real question is who's going to represent the city? So I'm taking nominations.
I'll nominate myself.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay, so everybody can go. Look, we're members, but in terms of who will represent the city of Santa Monica, right? I mean, this is sort of, yeah, and it doesn't, based on my experience, it doesn't matter much, but we should pick somebody. So, yeah. So I guess the best way to do this is to do what we usually.
Yeah, I'll let someone else can go ahead. That's fine.
I was going to suggest Councilmember De La Torre and Councilmember Negrete, because I think Councilmember Brock, didn't we just add you to the?
Not yet.
What's it?
Oh, the COG, right. That's a good point.
COG,
Yeah.
And I thought in the process of doing that, we said that Councilmember De La Torre would, I mean, just remembering sort of what transpired a little while ago.
Okay, so.
But it doesn't preclude you from going. You're just.
No, and everybody, yes, but.
You have to plan on
The key is, if you're going to be the voting or the alternate, you need to meet with Stephanie before you go to the League of California Cities, because you will be asked to vote and represent Santa Monica's position on things, and you have to represent the city's position, not your own personal preference or whatever. So you need to make sure you know what the resolutions are pending and what the city's position is. So I just want to make people understand they have that obligation as well.
Which is, by the way, pretty interesting at the League of Cities, because our position is often not aligned with some other cities. Because I've been on this legislative board, right, of the Southern California, and it is interesting. I mean, but I'm very frequently the only person voting on my side.
Right, but we're given direction on, it's not,
Yes.
you're not sitting there making that decision when you're there.
No, we have policies.
Yeah, we have
to vote
policies.
We have a lobbyist as well that we would be checking in with to get guidance on what has been approved, right?
No, it's more, you meet with Stephanie. She's our
Stephanie's the main-
governmental
okay.
relations person, and she will tell you what policies the city has adopted. She can go over, because the resolutions are known in advance. So she can go over with you resolution by resolution to determine what the city's policy is on that resolution, and then you have to vote that way, even if it's not the way you personally want to vote. I just want to make that clear to everyone. You're there to represent the city.
I understand.
So let me do this and nominate Councilmember Negrete and Councilmember De La Torre as the delegate and alternate for the League of Cities annual meeting on September 22nd to 24th, 2021.
Is that? And again, other people can go.
Everybody can go. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember.
Oh, do I need a second?
I don't think you do.
Okay, good. Let's take a vote.
You're sort of appointing people. Okay. Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
And Councilmember Para
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and I want to say that there was one year that I've been here where no one went. So you have to go, and you have to vote, right? I mean, because it's not okay to just blow it off, right? Okay, good. And now we are at
We're at the public input.
public input.
Public comment is permitted only on items not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And I believe we have a caller. Esther, we're ready for the call.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, Jonathan Foster, calling again about Promenade 3.0 and what I've experienced. Yeah, Brock, you know, it's kind of like the 3rd Street Promenade, the Christian hate street. It's the biggest hater of Christianity and Christmas in Santa Monica. One of them is what's happening on 3rd Street Promenade, absolutely satanic. Not only is the local people, everyone, the town snoops who get into everybody's business, some who are on the councils and commissions combined with some of the landowners, right? And if it just so happens, you know, when the landowners are paired up with the business owners who just so happen to be Jewish for the third temple and the Hanukkah, right? Wink, wink, nod, nod. Going along excluding people, squeezing other people, just making up crap legislation, resolutions and proclamations about how they can hurt people off of 3rd Street, off of 3rd Street Promenade. And it's just disgusting. And it's like you're part of this, complete part of it, like the monster takeover, inflated ego, sociopathic, immoral, satanic Christian hatred that is 3rd Street Promenade. Not only are there atheist haters of Christians, the Christians are hated off the street by the same jerks. And it's like I'm going to make it on the Colbert Show. You know what I mean? Do you know I'm not trying to get on the Colbert Show? It seems kind of stupid and ignorant and unknowledgeable about me, kind of idiotic. Like you don't know me, or do you know me? Been around for a long time. Did you see in Jerusalem in 2020 in June, they killed a bus driver over there. They burned a whole bus, right? I had on 3rd Street Promenade in 2002, 2003. I said the Jewish kid Brandon coming up screaming out, "You're gonna get kicked out of here!" Ha 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 ha! Laughing at me for years.
Your time is up.
Is that our last speaker?
Esther, is that our last call?
Yes. Yes, that's a lot. Well, you know, wait, hold on. Someone just came in right now. I'll put him through. Welcome, Karen Rosenberry. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Great, Karen Rosenberry. Thank you so much. I'm here to speak in regards to what was agenda item 13.0. I hope that it's still being considered and taken up. And that was in regard to the directives that have been issued by the District Attorney Gaston, particularly 26, 2007, and 2008, and the proposed resolution for action to be taken by the City of Santa Monica. Greatly appreciate that such a thoughtful proposal has been put forward, and I hope that it's one that the City Council will look to take up, vote on, and pass. This is essential and crucial, and I think that Santa Monica, perhaps even more so than many of the other cities in Los Angeles County, really does have an understanding of just how dangerous it can be for a city when the law is not followed, when the rule of law and the standard of law is not the basis for the order and the of society. When we look to just some of the things that have been in place in recent months in regards to the city and just that need to make sure that there is that order, there is that structure, and that the rule of law does in fact prevail, and that it is the basis which all decisions will be made. And so I hope that the City Council will look to this resolution, I'll to pass that resolution, and look to make sure that the legislature's directions on laws, sentencing, the will of the voters, on bail, and just on the laws that are currently present within the penal code would be upheld, especially by the district attorney, who is the chief enforcer to be prosecuting crimes when they are violated. I thank you very much for your time. I know it's getting late. I appreciate all that you guys are doing, and I appreciate the fact that this proposed resolution has been put forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe council, so that's it. Yes, so we have no public speakers. Councilmember Brock has 2 adjournments.
It's with great sadness that I don't have my mic on. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of James B. Reedy, Jr. He was a longtime resident of Santa Monica and an active member of the Santa Monica Rotary Club. James was proud to have served his country as a United States Marine. He later graduated in 1955 from the University of Arizona, where recently he was honored by the Eller College of Management when they named their new school the DeWall Reedy School of Accountancy. After graduation, he joined IBM, where he remained for 17 years and subsequently became a professor of computer science at Pierce College. James served on numerous Santa Monica boards and commissions and as a member of the California Coastal Commission. In 1960, he was the recipient of the Santa Monica Distinguished Service Award, and in 1961, he was selected by the California Junior Chamber of Commerce as one of the 5 outstanding young men in California. He was also elected to the Santa Monica City Council, where he served as mayor pro tem. James is survived by Virginia, his wife of 70 years, by his 2 sisters, Catherine and Roxana, a brother, Patrick, and by numerous nieces and nephews. On behalf of the entire Santa Monica community, we convey to his family and friends our deepest condolences. Unfortunately, I have a second adjournment this evening. A Santa Monica resident who many know has passed away, and it's with great sadness we adjourn this council meeting in memory of Santa Monica Symphony music director Guido Lamel. He was a longtime resident of Santa Monica and a violinist with the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra. Guido received his master's degree in violin performance and conducting from the University of Michigan and began his career with posts as associate concertmaster of the Louisville Orchestra and concertmaster of the Mexico City Philharmonic. He joined the LA Philharmonic under the baton of Carlo Maria Guglini in 1979. Guido made his local conducting debut in 1988 with the Topanga Philharmonic Orchestra and became music director in 1990. He also conducted the Los Angeles Philharmonic's in-school youth concerts, the Los Angeles County High School for the Arts Orchestra, the Los Angeles Doctors Symphony, and the La Sierra College Orchestra. He provided coaching and conducting support to local schools and youth orchestras through the LA Phil's School Partnership Program. Guido took the helm of the Santa Monica Symphony in the fall of 2012 and brought a new and exciting energy to the historic orchestra. He was embraced by audiences both young and old and will be sorely missed. And I'm very happy that I was able to do a Brock in Your Block with Guido. It was very enjoyable. On behalf of the entire community, we convey to his family and his numerous friends throughout Santa Monica our deepest condolences. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. This meeting is now adjourned. Our next meeting is Tuesday, August 24th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all.